James, can you send the stream? You know how to send the stream invite to Sean?
I did.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yep.
That. What's going on, everybody? We're just out here doing a couple things real quick. Just doing a couple things, getting ready. I just saw it. Well, you see that?
Oh boy. Yeah, four-time league champion LeBron James, 2-year, $97.1 million maximum contract extension.
But
All right.
so he has him at 45 million a year, or something like that. Almost 50 million a year.
Yeah, probably 49 and 47, 47, 49. Or 48, 49. Oh, includes a 15% trade kicker.
He ain't going nowhere. I always thought um, he's not leaving LA.
Yeah, so that keeps him 22, 23, 23, 24, 24, 25. Yeah.
He's not leaving LA.
No, so much for the whole Brawny thing. But I don't blame him because, I mean, you might as well pick up a cool 100 mil on the way out the door.
Yeah.
And that keeps him in the league. Is he 37, 38?
I think he's
LeBron.
with him at 39. He must be 38 then. He's like a year younger than me.
He's 37. He'll be 38 in December.
Yeah.
So we're talking about 38, 39, 40. Yeah, he'll make more money than anyone else at age 40 in the history of the game.
Mm.
And he's already cleared $390 million with $44 million this year, so 435. So he'll make 532.
Dang. That's what I'm talking
500. Yeah, $500 million.
Get that bread.
Yeah, and he's, you know what, like, for that franchise, for any franchise, it's been worth it.
Oh, for sure. Oh, we about to come on in just a second here.
Cool. Yeah, I'm gonna need to post my story as soon as I actually get the.
Oh, here we go. Yes, sir. What is going on, Sacramento, and really the entire world? Because this show is global. Lilo and Casey is global. The base is Sacramento. We love Sacramento. I love Sacramento. You know how that goes. But this is global. So, hello to the entire world, man. Here on this Wednesday, August 17th, NBA schedule release day. Here on it, D'Lo and Casey, ESPN 1320. I'm your host, Kenny Caraway.
Acknowledge me.
And I'm joined this week by my main man, James Ham. James, what's good?
What's happening? What's going on, Kenny?
Acknowledge me.
There you go. I got you.
What's going on?
Man, a whole lot of money going along right now.
Yeah.
Right before we went to air, Woj bomb dropped. I mean, it's a Woj bomb because, it's one of the greatest players to ever play the game. I get that. But to me personally, it was a no-brainer. As LeBron James signed a 2-year, $97.1 million. Let me hold $1, LeBron James. Extension, which includes a 15% trade kicker. It makes LeBron James the highest earning player in NBA history with $532 million in guaranteed money. He surpasses Brooklyn's Kevin Durant. And It's really how it should be, if you ask me. And the fact that he's staying on to stay in Los Angeles for a little longer doesn't surprise me in the league. So I didn't ever think he was leaving.
Yeah, and I just want to make sure it was Shams that broke it, not Woj.
Oh, okay.
We got to give props where props are
Absolutely.
due. Where props are due.
Absolutely. Got to make the props where props are due all the time.
Yeah, yeah, he beat him by I don't know, maybe 45 seconds.
Yeah, we click the notifications were quick on the phone.
Yeah, yeah.
All right, Shams. Well, I mean, that only makes sense. I mean, Shams, that is a Laker insider, a clutch insider. So absolutely, he should be getting it first.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy that he's going to make $500 million in his career just as a player. I mean, I remember back when Jordan got like the $30 million deal at the near the end of his run with the Bulls, but up until that point, he'd only made like $3 million a year. And so he was so underpaid, not just league wide, but like, for what he means to a franchise. And I know when LeBron left Cleveland, they said that the franchise valuation dropped over $100 million when he left. And that was the first time when he left the first time. And so that's got to be closer with the inflation of NBA's like franchises. It's got to be worth like $400-500 million. That's what he means to a franchise.
Right, and you say all that, and I agree with everything you're saying, and it also lends credence to the fact that LeBron might be underpaid through all this. Every year we talk about him making $532 million guaranteed over the course of his career. This is his 20th season, 21st season.
This coming season?
Yeah.
Yeah. Let me look.
Or let's just say to the end of the contract, right? Which is another 3 years, right?
Yeah.
Contract. He would have made $532 million guaranteed in his career.
This will be his 20th season.
20th season. So by the end of this one, that'll be his 22nd season, 23rd season, maybe.
Yeah, 21-22. So yeah. So it's a two-year extension on to his already 1 year contract. So yeah, he'll be 40 when it's done.
By the end of the contract, all right, he would have been guaranteed $532 million over the course of his 22-year NBA career. How much money do you think he made the NBA over the last 22 years?
Oh, he's made the league a ton. I mean, I think that's how you have to look at some of these players, just sort of their impact. So when we talk about, like, I think that as far as on-court play, Steph Curry has impacted the game as much as any player probably in the history of the game. Just like his ability to stretch the floor and to shoot the three ball and to shoot it from wherever and the volume of threes and all that, it's completely revolutionized the game. But when it comes to the monetization of the league and what they've done off the court, specifically with these monstrous TV deals.
What was the last TV deal? Do you know off the top of your head?
I think it was $9 billion. Yeah, it was something like that. Each team was scheduled to get at least $90 million a year.
Wow.
Just in the major television deal. That's not including the NBC deal where the Kings get between $30 and $35 million a year from their local television partner. Yeah, the Kings get all that money, and they don't play on national TV.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it is. It is really, really wild how that's changed the dynamics of the game completely. So if you look at between just the national television contract and the local television contract, the Kings' salary for the season is covered. So whatever else they're able to do with that arena and the tickets they're able to sell and the marketing and all that stuff, that's all on top. It's a good business to be in.
Yes.
We should have got in on the ground floor. We should have put our monies together and picked up 4% or something.
Right, something like that. And then I'm trying to think. You know this better than I do. Did they just sign a TV deal, or do they have one coming up, or are they like in the middle of this one?
I think they have one coming up.
Yeah. So
yeah,
we're gonna make another. If the last one is $9 billion, we're talking probably $15 billion this one.
Yeah, it's gonna be a lot, a ton. Yeah, I mean, absolutely amazingly large. How it's
And,
it's gonna be it's gonna be crazy.
and when you talk about LeBron, we're talking about what he's worth, and we said the TV deal was $9 billion. That was the last one. LeBron's probably been in the league for, what would you say, three TV deals?
Yeah, I would say at least three TV deals. Yeah,
And
he's been in the league
he's
long
not doing
enough.
it, he's not doing it himself, but he's like the main cog in this whole NBA dynamic over the court. He's been the face of the league for the better part of the last 20 something years. So when they're inking these $9 million, potentially 12 to $15 billion TV deals, that's your face. And he getting 500. Yeah, 500 mil is the probably what he should get at least.
And we're not even talking about the Nike money, the Gatorade money, the
Mm.
Sprite money, the Warner Brothers money, like
Oh
all
man,
the other money he's got. So, he'll retire a billionaire. I would say without any question, he'll be a full-fledged billionaire, and it's
yeah.
pretty crazy.
And then he's gonna have another phase to his life. Like he's gonna, like you said, he's gonna retire a billionaire,
Yep.
and then he's gonna start other stuff. You know what I mean? Like he's gonna be in the movies. He's gonna be in production. He can officially say that he is the owner of Clutch Sports. Oh, I wasn't supposed to say that, right? I wasn't supposed to say that. My bad. No, man. But congrats to LeBron. Well deserved. I really like LeBron. I love LeBron, man, and I always like to see him get his just due because there's so many times when people take shots at him, people hate at him. We see, Skip Bayless has been doing this thing for years, and now he's getting at him, getting at his son, getting at Bronny, and doing all this stuff. So Bron has had to put up with a lot of nonsense over the better part of 2 decades. It's only right he gets paid handsomely for it, to be honest with you.
Kenny, the NBA schedule has officially dropped,
That,
and
yeah. Oh, wait, hold on. We got to do this right here. There we go.
and this is I have some intriguing news.
Okay, talk to me.
The schedule that I had somehow found into my hands earlier today
Mm,
had two national television games for the Sacramento Kings,
hmm.
including one of those is an NBA TV and one of them is an ESPN game.
Hmm.
The official schedule,
Yeah.
5. They
Wow.
have one ESPN game and 4 NBA TV games.
Really?
That is absolutely intriguing. That is what we're seeing. The Kings will play their first game on NBA TV against the Nuggets on December 28th. They'll
Wow.
play an ESPN game against the Rockets on January 11th.
Hmm.
They've got another game on January 23rd that is an NBA TV game against the Grizzlies.
Mm.
They've got 2 down the stretch. They've got New Orleans Pelicans and Sacramento Kings on March 6th on NBA TV. And finally, which I'm not sure why they would possibly put this game on here, but Tuesday, March 21st, the Kings will host the Boston Celtics, and that is an NBA TV game. And to me, that is the absolute worst game of the season for the Sacramento Kings. The chance of them winning that game is so slim
Wait a minute. Why?
because they're coming off one of the strangest road trips I've ever seen. But basically, that game there is at the end of a horrific. It's only a 4-game road trip, right? But it is. Let me see. Where is it? I think we're talking Bulls, Nets, Wizards, and then they fly to Utah
Mm.
to play the Jazz on a Monday night, and then they come back on Tuesday to play the Celtics. So not only do you have a 4-game road trip, and you always worry about like that last game, the first game coming out of a 4-game road trip,
Hmm.
but it's one of the worst flight. Like you're gonna play late on a Sunday, you'll fly in, you won't get much sleep, you'll wake up the next morning, you got another game after a 4-game road trip. So it's a back-to-back coming off a 4-game road trip, and it's one of those games where you just shake your head and go, that's a scheduling loss. But it will be. Rest assured, the rest of the like everyone will get to watch them get drubbed on that day because
Yeah.
that's going to be on NBA TV.
See, they might have to do like my boys over at the Republic do, when they play a lot of games back to back and different soccer games. Hey, schedule day off, load management game on that final road game, and then let the big boys play Tuesday on national TV against the Celtics. I'd be all for that. I said 3 national TV games. And I said they get a TNT game. I was thinking the national TV. But you got to count, we'll count NBA TV as national. I think Damian says you can't do it because it's a paid subscription to get NBA TV. But my man Aceberg Slim over in New York City, when the Kings play on NBA TV, he gets to watch them. When they're not on NBA TV, he doesn't get to watch them. That's a national TV game. I'm giving a national TV status.
Yeah, I can understand the reasoning behind it for sure. I still like I have a tough time considering it that, but I get it. I understand why people would feel that way.
Yeah, we're gonna break down the Kings schedule like nobody has before. Okay, when we come back, we got a lot to break down with this Kings schedule as the NBA season schedule was released just a little while ago. We'll look through it. We'll talk about some of the things you got to bookmark and circle on your calendar. It's D'Lo and KC, James Ham riding with me today here on ESPN 1320. Wow.
What's going on?
It's not national TV is what you guys want to say, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. Jesse says it's like NFL Network. Yeah, it is. It is. Like, yeah, national TV. The
Posting
Niners.
my story really quick.
Okay, yeah, handle that. The Niners, would get games flexed to Saturday on NFL Network. It's a national game. NFL Network is also something that I think you got to pay for. Yeah, you got to pay for.
Oh boy. Yeah, I didn't expect that. I mean, I hate going. Like I need to go through it with a fine-tooth comb, but.
The thing that I like about this that no, I'm gonna just save it. I'm gonna save it.
Save it.
Content.
Yeah.
Sticky again. Hey. Oh my gosh. So, like, are you gonna meet up with the family at all? No, I'm about to. Yeah, you're gonna be there like at 9 because there's gonna be no driving in the middle of the day to wherever you gotta go. Oh, okay. It's a hell of a day. Could be a nightmare of a day though. Team vote. I don't know if you're beating the Bucks. I keep forgetting he's there.
Rockets on January 11th.
It's good knowledge, Jimmy. Good knowledge. How many households for NBC California? I don't think it's anywhere near 53 million.
Oh no. No, I mean it's probably the opportunity for like 2.3 million,
Right.
but eyes on a particular game is probably more like 20,000. I'm not sure the exact number. Like that's not something I was ever privy to. Okay. I think that's it.
Mhm.
Let me
Randy. Hmm. Name's quicker for you.
even that's wild. Their first back to back is a 7 p.m. game at home on a Saturday
Mhm.
and a 5:30 game less than 24 hours later. That's wild. Yeah, less than 24 hours later they play again.
Oh, here we come, James. Back here, D'Lo and KC, James Ham riding with me today and all week. Although James is going to be out tomorrow, got to handle some business. It'll just be me. It's actually going to be like, it's really going to be like Casey and Friends. Okay. We got guests out the
Casey
wazoo.
and friends.
We got guests out the wazoo tomorrow. So, yeah, Casey and Friends tomorrow. Then James comes back on Friday. Um, we're breaking down this King schedule. The 2022-23 schedule was released. Got a little bit of a bombshell, a little minor bombshell, as the Kings got 5 national TV games. We can put quotation marks because some people don't put them as national TV games for the ones that are on NBA TV. I do, because like I said, my man Aceberg Slim, who's in the chat right now, he lives in Staten Island, New York. When the Kings aren't on NBA TV, he can't watch the Kings. When they are on NBA TV, he can watch the Kings. That's national television. This is what it is. All right, so I'm going to go with 5 national TV games for the Kings. And there was a couple of things that stood out to me with the whole national TV thing. So, first of all, I do count the NBA TV games as national TV games. So there's that. Second of all, as I go through this, let me make sure, double checking. Let me see. Yeah, they're all home games. So I like that because Golden One Center, Kings fans, if you know the team is good, they're gonna be on center stage. They're gonna be front and center. You know what I mean? All the all the NBA TV and the ESPN games are home games. So Golden One Center can shine in all its glory, and the Kings fans can shine in all their glory in that situation as well. So that's a good thing.
That is a good thing. I noticed like the early schedule that we got. It had 2 games. It had one NBA TV and one ESPN game,
Mm.
and both of those were at home. So I thought that was kind of cool. But to have all 5 of them, I think that says a couple of things. Number one, the NBA would like to help boost attendance because those games are usually better. You're going to get more fans there because there's potential for TV and all that stuff for national TV. But also, it speaks volumes about just how technologically advanced and easy Golden One is to work with when it comes to them bringing in a big truck and doing their television deal from a semi truck in the basement of Golden One. Yeah, it really does speak volumes about sort of the quality of what's happening. It's always interesting. Like it's something that like people wouldn't know, but some games are union games and some games are non-union games. And when there is a union, okay, so well, some of our broadcasts on, when you're watching NBC Sports Bay Area, when I was part of NBC Sports, part of those broadcasts are, again, they're union games and some are non-union games. So like all of the guys that are shooting the actual game itself are always union employees.
Okay.
And then it depends on the game whether they're union on the set or non-union. And when they're non-union, it's all NBC employees that are doing their thing. When it is union, they're not allowed to touch anything that's not theirs. So they bring all of their own equipment in. It becomes like this big ordeal where they're working with someone else's equipment, but they also have to have their own equipment.
Yeah.
It's a really, really interesting sort of transfer of power, and it's like, hey, no, we can't handle that equipment. That's not ours.
So
It's
what
bizarre.
do they determine what's union, what's not union?
That's a good question, because all I know is some games that, like I know the audio guy is spectacular. His name is Perry, one of the best audio guys around, and he's the guy who controls all the audio for everything.
Mhm.
And then the camera guys, they all rotate. They have different camera guys. There's a couple of local guys that are thrown in the mix as well.
Shout out to my guy Demars, Demar first. That's my guy.
Yeah,
Used to school with him.
Yeah, I love all the camera guys that work up on the set. Like you become friends with them because they're with you all the time.
Mhm.
But that group are, they're employees of NBC, and whether they are fully non-union or whatever, or they're Samco employees versus NBC employees, it's all like complex, like who does what. But it changes hands, and it's definitely a completely different ball game when you're dealing with a group of people that are not like full-fledged NBC employees or someone else's employees.
Interesting stuff. Interesting. So yeah, they're going to be at home for all the televised games.
Mm-hmm.
Then another thing that I noticed, Sam, and maybe you can take me through, what this process is. I'm looking at March and April, and I see some potential for flex in games for the Kings. Now,
Okay.
there's not the way I looked at it, and you tell me if I'm different. I'm only really looking at Friday and Sunday, right? Because Sunday, at the end of the season, ESPN starts to do the thing where, they put Sunday games on ESPN, and those aren't, I don't even think those are necessarily said, the Sunday games aren't necessarily said to be the games, most of them, until later in the season. Like they have the ABC games that are already scheduled out right now, but the ones that 6:00 Trey Young goes to Dallas, like that usually gets announced a little later. So depending on what's going on with the Kings, they got a Sunday game against San Antonio that probably won't happen. They got the last game of the season is a Sunday at Denver. Maybe that's for a playoff spot or something like that. Not Denver being involved in it, but the Kings. But ESPN, the reason I was looking at Friday and Wednesday, ESPN can, maybe change some things. And I got a couple that I got my eye on right now. There's a March 24th Friday night home game against Phoenix. The Kings are good, depending on what the ESPN game is that Friday. Maybe they haven't even mapped it out. Maybe the Kings get some love there. Maybe they get a flex in right there. And then you've got to look at it Wednesdays a little bit too. And on March 29th and 31st, you got a back-to-back at Portland. If those games are important for the standings, for seedings and all this other stuff, maybe one of, if not both of those games, could get flexed into ESPN's schedule. Possibly.
Interesting. Yeah, the two Portland games, it's the 29th and 31st. It's kind of interesting that you have two games in Portland that aren't back to back. I'll also say this, like one of the anomalies to this schedule, and it's very strange to me, is that from January until the end of the season, there's only one Sunday home game. In the month of March, they don't play on Sunday at all. And they have, I think they have 5 other road games on Sunday from January until the end of the season. But that's really unusual. The Kings like usually have a bunch of Sunday games, and it's a good day for because they'll bump the schedule up to like 3 o'clock, a 3 o'clock start,
Mhm.
and you'll have a lot of families come in on those Sunday games, which is it's a strange anomaly, and the reason why I like Sunday games is because they serve breakfast for lunch most of the time. So I'm kind of a breakfast for
You
lunch
can't
guy.
go wrong with that. I'm breakfast for dinner too. Don't sleep on that either.
Yeah, see, that would be cool if they did like an omelet bar at night. They haven't done an omelet bar in a long time though, so yeah, I just think it's interesting. The whole season, the Kings have a total of 4 home games on Sundays.
Hmm.
Yeah, that's a difference that you don't usually see. And then, I think you mentioned March. March is one of those months where you either are gonna like hit it rich or you're gonna get thumped. You got 16 games in the month of March.
Ooh.
That's a ton of games. The way the schedule breaks down, I think they have 14 in November, 14 in December, 14, 15 in January, but then you get to March and 16 games in December in March in one month is tough.
Hmm.
And then also the final 20 games I looked at, we've got 10 home games, 10 road games, but 15 games against playoff teams that were in the playoffs last season.
Hmm.
That's a lot of games against playoff teams in the final the final 20 games of the season. So either you're in it or you're not, and you're gonna know very quickly. You get to that last month of the season, and it could really, really be a tough stretch if things are going poorly.
Yeah, yeah. And one of the things about that is I'm looking at it right now. Um, it kind of balances out because they got 2 against Utah in that whole ordeal. So you got 2 against Utah. I'm not sure, and I highly doubt that they count San Antonio as that. You
No,
count
San Antonio wasn't a playoff team last year.
so
I
yeah,
only counted true playoff teams. Even the Clippers, I didn't count as a playoff team
got you.
because they
Yeah,
didn't make it.
yeah. So yeah, I mean, you're gonna have to go get it if you're the Sacramento Kings. From the way you start the season because they start the season against what 5. The Clippers weren't a playoff team last year, but we obviously know who they are now.
Yeah.
But 4 of those 5 teams are playoff bound, in my opinion. And Portland is a bubble team, so you may be playing 5 teams to start the season that are playoff teams, and then that's before you talk about Charlotte and Miami again, and then playing the Warriors another week later. So I looked at the first 5 games, and they got 4 of the first 5 games at home, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
And how how good do you think people would feel here in Sacramento if they went 3-2 in the first 5?
Yeah, I think people would be pretty.
Portland, the Warriors, Clippers, maybe
Yeah,
Memphis.
yeah. I look too. I think one of the weird things about the first 5 games is they play on Wednesday, and then they have 2 days off, and then they play the Clippers. So they open the season against Portland, then they have 2 days off, which you don't typically see that, and then you play the Clippers and Golden State back to back on Saturday, Sunday, and then 3 days off to prepare for Memphis. Then you get, a Friday off, and then you come back and you play the Heat. So like, there's a bunch of gaps in days off early in the schedule, which I guess if you're still trying to work through some stuff coming out of training camp, that's a good thing because you'll have practices early. But you would like to see some of those days off in March when you're dog tired and you're trying to get through the schedule. But that's one of those scheduling anomalies that happens to teams like the Kings, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's one of those things where you're like, that's not great. It's not great, Bob. Yeah, like you don't need a bunch of days off in the early season when you're all fresh coming out of camp and like ready to roll.
You need those at the end. You need those in the middle. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Get your win a little bit. But one of the things that I like, because you talked about the Sunday games, one of the things that I look for. This is just me. This is just I'm a guy that likes Vegas, right? I like to be out on the scene. I like to people watch. I like to see people, all this other stuff. I look for the Friday, Saturday home games here in Sacramento. I didn't feel like they had a lot last year, especially in the second half of the season. They were like gone. And like after January, they had like one Friday or Saturday home game. It felt like at the end of the season. This one they're kind of spaced out. They got a good number of Friday night, Saturday night home games for the for this season. And one of the reasons I also look at that is you get an opportunity to just like Sunday afternoons, you get a lot of families. I feel like you might be able to get more families on Fridays and Saturdays as well because no school the next day. You don't have to worry about being out too late with the kids or something like that. So, hey, I got tickets to, if it's a Saturday, a lot of people don't have to work. So, oh man, I got tickets to the Kings game on Saturday. Let's go. So, I think that might help out with adding to the raucous crowd sometimes if needed.
Yeah. I love, like, if you look at their January, they've got the Lakers on Saturday. They come back the next weekend at home. They have the Rockets. Again, I think a lot of people are going to be excited to see Paolo Banchero or Jabari Smith. That's a game, that Houston game, where normally you might not sell out a bunch because they're not a good team. You come back the next Friday, Saturday, and you've got Chet Holmgren and the Oklahoma City Thunder on Friday, and then the 76ers on a back-to-back, a home and home back-to-back on the Saturday. And then you get to February, and leading up to the All-Star break, you got a Friday, Saturday back-to-back against the Dallas Mavericks, a back-to-back against Luka, 2 games, same team in town. I mean, if you're trying to sell tickets, that's spectacular. Yeah. Like, good for the Kings and their season ticket holder people, because there's a lot of, you're right, man. You look at March, the Friday, Saturday, you got Clippers on Friday night and Minnesota on Saturday. You got Phoenix on Friday and Utah on Saturday. And then you finish with a Warriors game late in the season. That's the last game of the last home game of the season is against the Warriors on a Friday night. So lots of family night games, which is good for the Kings.
Yeah, I felt like last year, for whatever reason, they had a lot of Wednesday, Tuesday games. It's like, dang, bro, they don't know. Like, who getting out of here on a Wednesday, to stay out until 10 o'clock or anything like that. And then you got this goes into what I was talking about with Damian last week, when you talk about the reporters, like, oh, Sacramento's a bottom 5 team to go to, or bottom 5 place to go to, or whatever. Well, look, I'll tell you this. I know my city. Yeah, you come here on a Tuesday night. Yeah, there's not a lot to do after the game. Like, no, it's not fun. K Street is not buzzing. Like, this isn't a 7 days a week New York City type place. No, it's gonna be dead. But you come here on a Friday or Saturday night, or you're here after you cover a game. It's gonna be live. You're gonna have things to do. You're gonna have a good time, and it's a good time out. So I like to see that. I think that helps with everything that goes on with this team, this franchise, that Delco area, everything like that. So yeah, I like the schedule. The 2 other things that we didn't even talk about yet. All right, we got some returns lined up. We told you yesterday, Damian Jones coming back on December 21st.
Damian Jones.
When the Lakers come to Sacramento. But everybody wants to know, when do the Pacers come to town? Well, we're getting this out of the way early. November 30th. I believe that's a Wednesday night. I don't know. We'll look at it. Pacers
Wednesday night.
Pacers come to town. Halliburton comes back. An emotional night at the G1C as Tyrese takes on the Kings back here in Sacramento. Buddy Hield comes back to Sacramento. Oh, the tears are going to be flowing all through Golden One Center.
The all-time leading three-point shooter in Sacramento Kings history, Buddy Hield, will roll through Sacramento. And it's also a game where Sabonis is playing against his former team. So it should be high. It should be a little bit of emotion. There are a lot of Buddy Hield fans in Sacramento, and I mean, so many Tyrese Halliburton fans. It's crazy. It's a bummer that when you trade a guy to the East Coast, to an Eastern Conference team, he only gets to come through one time. So, there if he stays in the Eastern Conference, there's a chance like he'll only play in Sacramento another 10 or 12 times the
Right.
rest of his career.
Correct.
And that's just kind of crazy. Yeah.
Yeah. No, that's the truth. And I think we talked about this too. Like, yeah, man, Buddy Hield, um, he should get some type of ovation. And I think he will. I know he will. Matter of fact, because that's
I
just
think he'll get a standing ovation. He
yeah.
never said anything bad about
No,
Sacramento.
that's just how
Yeah.
Sacramento is. I know he will. I would be very disappointed if there were boos for Buddy Hield. He doesn't deserve boos when he comes back. So I think it'll either no response or an ovation. There should be no boos. The other one, Miss P asked the question: when does Detroit come to Sac? 10 days earlier, Marvin Bagley III makes his return to Sacramento with the Detroit Pistons. Jaden Ivey pulls up on Detroit, and Jaden Ivey versus Keegan Murray, that whole thing.
What could have been game?
Yeah,
Yep.
so the Detroit Pistons will be back. Now, where's my guy? What was the dude's name at? The Detroit athletic writer, or whatever the case may be, because that one's going to be on a Sunday. Then unless they have a back-to-back, he could be here on a Saturday. James, pull up, man. Let's champagne and campaign on a Saturday. Let's have a good time, man. James Edwards was his name. James Edwards, if you're listening, pull up. If you're on the road with the Pistons, come in. I know they come a day earlier. Come on, man. Let's champagne and campaign. Nothing crazy. I ain't talking crazy to him. You say it's not a good time. Let me show you a good time. Let's break bread. Let's have a bite to eat. Let me show you a good time here in Sacramento, man.
I hope that they could announce him and just have him hear the chorus of boos. Yeah, it makes you wonder, like, what are fans going to do with Marvin Bagley?
They should do the same thing that I said they should do with Buddy Hield. Either applaud or don't say anything. I don't think Marvin should get booed.
Well, Marvin did have the situation where he wouldn't go in a game.
Yeah.
So, I mean, Buddy never had that. Buddy was always energetic. He always played. I think he missed like 3 games in his entire career with the Sacramento Kings. He's a gamer, and you don't have to love, his, sort of his ability to, control or destroy a game like at the blink of an eye. But at the same time, he was a fun King. Like it's weird if you look. He's the all-time 3-point shooter. Jason Thompson is the all-time leader in. He is the all-time leader in games played, but I think he's also the all-time leader in rebounds during the Sacramento era. So there are these guys that didn't finish their careers in Sacramento, but who are still part of the lineage of I don't want to say greatness, but they're in your history books.
Yeah, for sure. Can I give you a couple of NBA scheduling quirks that we have? Okay. Some facts, some news and notes. Shout out to Ben Golliver, I think a Washington Post reporter. He tweeted these things out. 82 games, October 18th to April 9th. 41,000 travel miles per team, a record low. Last year was 43,000 miles traveled per team. 13.3 back-to-backs per team. Last year was 13.5 back-to-backs. So he says to limit load management damage, teams will have off days before and after Christmas, MLK, and ABC Saturday and Sunday games. So maybe that had to do with, well, the Kings don't have to worry about that, but maybe that had to do with, it's not as many Sunday games. Here's the other thing that the NBA is doing. They're trying something new this year. NBA Rivals Week, January 24th through the 28th. 11 rivalry games. You got Celtics versus Heat, Clippers versus Lakers, Nets 76ers, I like that. Grizzlies versus Warriors, Lonzo versus LaMelo, so Bulls, Hornets, Suns versus Mavericks, Timberwolves versus Grizzlies. That did get a little chippy last year. Raptors, Warriors, I don't think that needs to be on there. Nuggets versus Sixers, so that's Jokic versus Embiid. Knicks, Nets, and then you have Lakers, Celtics. So NBA Rivals Week.
What week is it?
January 24th through the 28th.
Okay, and in that, the Kings play Toronto on the 25th and the Minnesota Timberwolves on the 28th. So I guess they're not part of rivalry week.
Well, no, we got heat from Minnesota. Don't get it twisted. But don't get it twisted. We got people in Minnesota. That's just what it is. This is it is. You throw the records out the window when the Kings and the Timberwolves play each other. We didn't forget about '04. We didn't forget about '04. Matter of fact, I think Vivek is going to have Anthony Peeler sitting courtside for that game when they play the Timberwolves.
Oh, that would be spectacular. Bring Anthony Peeler back.
Right. We're going to dip out real quick. When we come back, we're still talking schedule. We're still talking NBA. We got the ACR Solar and Roofing performance of the night. I can't wait to get to that. And also, I failed to mention, at 1:30, we got Sacramento legend from the Sacramento Bee, Joe Davidson, joining us. He's going to talk a little bit about everything because that's what Joe does. Kings, 49ers, high school, college, all this other stuff. We're going to talk to him. And then I'm getting a little Kings beat action as I got Sean Cunningham coming through here at about 3:20 today to close out the show with us, as I got 2/3 of the Kings Beat podcast coming through with us. So yeah, we got action. We got action going on here today. It's James Ham with your main man KC right here on D-Lo and KC on ESPN 1320. Jesse said Bagley's going to hit a dagger 3 when Detroit comes. If he hit a dagger 3 to beat the Kings, oh man.
Yeah. Okay, so yeah, the Kings. You said that the league is down to 13.4 back-to-backs.
Yeah, I don't know if he averaged. Yeah, I don't know what he said. 13.3 back-to-backs per team. Last year was 13.5.
The Kings have 15. They're an A. They're an A plus. They're above average. There you go.
That's what happened.
Yeah. It is interesting though. Like we'll get to it. Like I'll save the content. But what time is Joe D coming in?
1:30. So we got this whole next segment.
Okay, cool.
That's free.
Yeah, we need to talk about the 2 gigantic, horrific road trips.
Yes.
Yeah. Although one of them kind of plays into what the NBA is saying.
Okay.
The other one does not. Not really. Like it's sorry about that. We gave you a rough one. Uh-oh. You're loving it. Oh, yeah. Good old JT.
How cheeks we've been.
Yeah. I saw that. I saw that when it went up. Let's see. Kings. All time rebound.
Is anybody close? DeMarcus should be close, right? Well, he's not gonna win it now, but surprise DeMarcus. That's it. Even if you throw Bibby in there or Page for 3-point whatever.
Okay, so Sacramento Kings career leaders. Sacramento Kings and Kings is totally different. Buddy Hield, 1,248 three-point shots. 3,100 3-point attempts is the all-time leader as well.
I think for to go what Pino is talking about, when you talk about rebounding leaders, we'll just include Kansas City and Rochester. No offense to JT, but we'll just for that particular stat, we'll include them all.
You know what? I was wrong. DeMarcus Cousins is the all-time rebound leader. 5,056. He surpassed Chris Webber and LaSalle Thompson. Jason Thompson is down the list. He's 10th. Cool. But that's 10th of not just Sacramento era. Yes, some of these are going to be confusing. So like the Sacramento era leader in assists is Mike Bibby, I believe. And Mitch Richmond and Spud Webb are on that list as well.
Yeah, sorry. See, no disrespect, man. We got love for Jason Thompson. It's not him. It's the Kings. Okay, it's not him. It's the Kings.
I really I like Jason Thompson. He was a very very nice dude,
He
and
was hella cool.
like super like he's a big dude.
Mm.
Yeah, he was a good guy. Some of the worst feet I've seen in the NBA.
Oh no.
Jason Thompson. Sorry,
Oh
JT.
no.
Yeah, that's that's something like people for like they don't get. Like a lot of these kids, their parents couldn't afford to keep up with their shoes,
Mhm.
so they've got some feet that are in rough shape.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was one thing. Like when you start doing this job, that's crazy. You're like, oh my gosh. You number one, you have boats for feet, but number two, you can tell like toes like squished up. Like
Yeah,
that's
man.
yeah.
Whew. Okay, here we go. Back here, D-Lo and KC, James Ham rocking with me today as Damien's still on vacation, still champagning and campaigning out there, hanging out with Spike Lee and, doing what he does. I mean, this guy, Damien, once again, I just want to remind everybody, I want to be like Damien when I grow up. That's just is what it is. I mean, the guy is just, he turned into the king of New York out of nowhere. I mean, it's crazy. It's crazy, man. We just here breaking down the schedule. That's all we can do. Breaking down the Kings 82 game schedule. That's how we're doing it. Before I do that, can I take a timeout? It's just a 20. I just need to take a 20 timeout, 20-second timeout. Because I got to talk about today's, where are we at here? Hold on, I got you.
The ceiling is the roof. Let's make it happen. Let's keep moving forward.
That's right. Raise the roof. And I got to talk about the ceiling is the roof. Performance of the night. Brought to you by ACR Solar and Roofing. Call 916-481-7200 for your appointment today. They'll come out. They'll see if solar is right for you. I keep saying it, but I'm dead serious, especially after I had to go to the supercharger spot the other day. I need this at the crib. So I need the solar, and I need them to look at what they have to do for, the outlets to make sure the supercharger is good and everything is good. All right. ACR Solar and Roofing is the way to go. Remember, 916-481-7200 for the ceiling is the roof. Performance of the night. Take it away, Mr. Kuiper.
Center field. Thomas back. Out of here. This game is over.
Audio courtesy of NBC Sports Bay Area. Dwayne Kuiper on the call. San Francisco Giants win again. Brandon Crawford is your ceiling as the roof He has the ceiling as the roof performance of the night with his walk-off home run to beat the Diamondbacks 2-1. There was 2 outs. They got a Thairo Estrada triple. Brandon Crawford comes up. Walk-off 2-run home run. Out of nowhere. I'm not saying anything, James. I'm not saying anything. I'm just looking at the standings. Giants are 4.5 games back. They're 3 games back of the Padres in the loss column. I'm not saying nothing, man. I'm not saying nothing. Giants have won 5 in a row. They have a 7-game homestand, and I said they needed to win 5 or 7. They've already won their 5. Now they can get greedy. I don't know, 6. I don't know, sweep the homestand. I don't know. I'm not saying nothing right now, James. I'm not saying nothing. I'm just reporting the facts. That's all I'm doing. Giants with another walk-off, James. Your thoughts?
I told you walk-offs, they are contagious. When you get that first one and you start rolling and you're up to like a 3-game, 4-game win streak and you get a bomb to put you over the top, that's when it starts to fire. When you walk into the 9th inning with it was 1-0, right?
Nothing, yeah.
Yeah, you walk into the 9th inning, you just feel it. Like, hey, we got this. And that's what happens. Like, it's not just about wins. It's about how you win the game in baseball. Momentum carries over in that sport as much or more than any other sport. And you're starting to see it unfold. This is they're getting a little scary. They're getting a little interesting.
Hey man, I agree with you 100% on that. It's the same thing I was thinking about. Same thing I wanted to talk to you about. Baseball, like you mentioned, as much as any sport, maybe more than any other sport, team sport that we can think of. The momentum and everything that you talk about being contagious, it matters, right? Giants couldn't pitch or hit to save their lives 2 weeks ago. Now they got 1-0. They're giving up 1 run over 9 innings, and the bullpen is looking solid, and and now they're getting timely hits, and they're feeling good about themselves. They're not booting the ball around all over the place. They're playing solid defense. They're playing good collective baseball, and this is the time when stuff like this really happens in baseball, right? When you get into August and you get into September, you can see the finish line, but you can also see a situation where, like I mentioned, I truly believe Gabe Kapler had this same conversation with the Giants kind of at the end of that Padres series and coming into this homestand. He said, look, man, there's nothing we can do about the past. We haven't played great baseball, coming up to this moment, and we've been spotty at best. We can't do anything about that. But we have an opportunity with some of the teams that we're facing in front of us coming up and having these homestands. We have an opportunity. If we clean it up a little bit, we're right back into this thing. And I'm sure he didn't put a number on it or whatever, but I put a number. I said, be 3 games back by September 1st. Right now, they're 4.5 as we speak. You know what I mean? They're 3 games back in the loss column of the San Diego Padres, who quiet as kept. You need 2 things when you're trying to make a comeback, when you're trying to get back into things, right? You need to play well. But don't get it twisted. You need the other teams that you're trying to chase to fall back to the pack a little bit. You need them to have a little bit of collapse. I remember in 2010, there was I forgot what it was. It might have been mid-August, around this time. And the Giants had played, I think, a weekend series in St. Louis. And they just got beat up. And I think they fell to like 6 back of the Padres at that time, mid-August. I'm going to have to look that up. And I just remember sitting there like, I don't know if it's going to happen. I don't know if they're making the playoffs this year. And lo and behold, right after that series, the Giants played a little better baseball. But what really turned that season around is around this time, the Padres lost 10 games in a row. And that gave the Giants the opening to get back into this thing. Giants can play good all they want. If the other team is playing just as good, if not better, you're just never going to catch up. That's the problem with falling behind. But right now, the Padres are looking a little shaky right now. The Giants are playing good ball. More importantly, they believe that if they continue to do the things that they can do, they're going to give themselves an opportunity. And that's all they're asking for right now.
Yeah, that's what you've been waiting for, is that moment where it clicks. And, like we always talk about the Giants and I always bring up the A's, but the A's have been a team that historically in the last decade, they finished so strong in the second half. Not this season. This season is about waiving Elvis Andrews and Jed Lowry, and which happened this morning as far as Andrews, Piscotty. All the veterans will be gone. We'll see if Stephen Boat is around by the end of the season. But that's what this season is about. But typically, they just have this moment where, maybe you get 7 strong pitching performances in a row, or maybe your bullpen just takes over and is just so good for like a 2-week stretch of the season. And you just, you watch them shine, and, they get into races with the Astros. They get into, it's fun to watch when a team sort of figures it out, even if it's later than you'd hoped. And it really does feel like, the Giants could be one of those teams that start to figure it out late. They still got a long way to go, but at least they're in it. They're making it interesting. And they're also making you go, why didn't you help this team out at the deadline?
That's what I'm asking for. That's all I'm asking for. So your ceiling is the roof performance of the night, brought to you by ACR Solar and Roofing, goes to Brandon Crawford with his 2-run walk-off home run to give the Giants their 5th win in a row. That's the 2nd walk-off in the last 3 games for the Giants. Moves are being made right now, James. Moves are being made. You can call ACR Solar and Roofing yourself, and you should do it at 916-481-7200 to set your appointment. An old roof can cause high energy bills See if it's time for a new one or find out if solar is the right option for you. Do that ASAP, man. That's exactly what I'm doing. So a couple of things that made me laugh just a little bit here is Bryce. Bryce is my guy. That's my guy. He big time Giants fan. Day one supporter, D-Lo and Casey. That's my guy, Bryce. In the chat, he wants to point out that the Dodgers and Brewers also lost yesterday. Bryce, I think the Dodgers played the Brewers yesterday, so I don't think they both lost. Maybe he meant Padres, and actually the Brewers won, actually. So I don't know. The Brewers beat the Dodgers, I think, in 11 innings. And maybe he meant Padres. The Padres lost. And we're at that time of year also, James, where Padres Marlins tonight are actually in about 3 minutes. Oh, yeah, I need to watch.
Ooh.
I need to watch. Yeah, I'm watching. I'm watching them. I'm watching the Phillies. I'm watching the Brewers. You know what I mean? I'm not really watching the Dodgers. That ship has sailed. You know, we don't have to worry about that. But yeah, now you're scoreboard watching. And for us, you know, guys like myself that have the ML.TV package, I'm game watching. I'm not just scoreboard watching. I'm scouting for Gabe Kapler. You know, I'm letting them know, hey, the righty in the bullpen over there, he's been shaky lately. You might want to go. So
yeah, the Padres are on a bit of a downward turn, you know. Mm-hmm. So they're 4-8 over the last 12. Yeah, it's rough.
Machado was getting that Pro 4 the other day in the dugout. Like they're hitting a rough spot. They're hitting a rough spot for sure. So we'll see how they respond to that. You're listening to ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge. I'm Kenny Caraway, James Ham, rolling with me all week long. And yeah, man, we having a good time here as the NBA schedule has been released. And I know there was a couple of other things that kind of caught your eye with this schedule release, with a couple of road trips the Kings got to endure.
Yeah, like it's not often that you see the big 6 and 7 game road trips, and it's not often you see two of them. And the Kings have two monstrous road trips. The 6 game road trip early on in the season is just filthy. And they're going to have a tough time surviving that road trip. You know, you finish it with Detroit, but we're talking about a road trip where you easily could see this team drop in, you know, most of them. They play Milwaukee, Cleveland, the Knicks, Sixers, and Raptors back-to-back on the road. And then you finish with Detroit. I mean, you're hoping for a 2-4 road trip, but more likely a 1-5. And that's tough when you just look at a scheduling group of games that, you know, it's going to be brutal to win. And then
wait a minute, real quick. Run that list of teams again.
Yeah, we got the Bucks. 2 days later, you got the Cavs. 2 days later, you got the Knicks. And then Philly and Toronto back-to-back on a Tuesday, Wednesday. And then you finish with the Pistons on a Friday night. Again, like if you're not holding on and ready to play in that final game, that's going to be tough. You know, you could that's a trip where like somehow you split that and you go 3-3. That would be like a huge win for the Kings.
Yeah.
But you could also see a 2-4 or 1-5, even an 0-6 if you get smacked around the first 5 games. And how do you get through that last game? So that one's tough.
Here's the thing about that road trip, and I agree with everything that you're saying. And the Kings have earned the reputation and have earned for us to look at situations like that. But if the Kings are supposed to be good, if they want to be good or be respectable, I don't like we should get to the point where we're not looking at it like that. We should be looking at worst case scenario, 2-4, maybe you split if you're playing really well, 4-2. Like that's where I would want this whole thing to be. Right? What time of the year is that?
Oh, it's November. Yeah.
So
yeah, you're talking about
15 games in or whatever the case may be.
Oh, no, it's December. I'm sorry. It's December 7th through 16th. Yep.
Okay. They'd have about a month and a half into the season. That's the way I'd want them to look at it. That's the way I'd want us to kind of report on it. Like, yeah, it's tough because you're going against some good teams. But like I put it on the flip side. You think in Cleveland, we'll just take Cleveland. You think Cleveland is talking about a West Coast road trip where it's 6 games? They're like, oof, we'd be lucky to get out of there 2-4.
I think Cleveland is. I think Toronto and Philadelphia probably aren't. But
Okay. Right.
I feel you. I mean, I get you. And again, Milwaukee doesn't look at road trips like that. But you're talking about a team that, what did they win? 13 games on the road last season? 14? Maybe it was 14. So yeah, that's tough. 14 out of 41. That's not a good record. You're talking about 27 losses on the road. So I mean, you have to change the culture. I get it, but you also look at the 5 games after that, the 6-game homestand where you got Charlotte, you got the Lakers, you got Washington, you've got Denver twice, and you got Utah. I mean, you need to win 4 out of 6 to make up for whatever happens on that road trip. And so the schedule does kind of get hard and lets off. And, there's going to be moments where you can make up some games, but you got to take advantage of every single opportunity. And that's something that the Kings just haven't done over the last 16 years.
No,
so
you're 100% correct with that for sure. And then you saw, what was the other road trip that kind of caught your eye?
Yeah, the other road trip is 7 games. And again, we haven't seen, I don't think the Kings have played on maybe they had an 8-game not too long ago, but a 7-game road trip is long. But the weird thing about this 7-game road trip is it starts with 2 games in Minnesota and it finishes with 2 games in Houston. So it's 7 games, but it's only 5 cities. And so that's easier because if you get a chance to settle in and you're not traveling and you're just kind of hanging out, I think during that road trip, they have 1 set of back-to-backs. Maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, they've got the Pelicans and Houston on a back-to-back, and then they finish 2 days later with Houston again. And then you fly home and you got the Dallas game and then a couple of days off and then Phoenix right before the All-Star break. So it's that stretch leading up to the All-Star break. And you got some winnable games. Like I think the month of February is, even though it's that road trip isn't really that difficult if you look at the teams you're playing. You start in late January. You got the Timberwolves twice. You hope that you split there. You got the Spurs. You got the Pacers, the Pelicans, and Houston twice. So again, a 7-game road trip where 5-2 is totally within the realm of possibility. Even if you get hot, maybe you can do a little bit better than that. So yeah, I think it's interesting that if you look at the way that the schedules play out, there are some opportunities to pick up some games and to even balance out your road schedule.
Yeah. I want to see one of these road trips, either one of those two, preferably both, where the Kings kind of turn the corner or let it be known that, all right, it's a little different around here. Whether it's that first one where, maybe they go 3-3 or 4-2 will go crazy, or that next one when they are able to 7 games go 5-2 or something. Either one of them say, you know what? I'm looking at those 2 road trips as a time and an opportunity for this Kings team to say it's a little different this year. It's a little different this year. We're not same old Kings. We don't fold on the road. We're not a, what would you say, a 13-win road team last year. Like we're going into every game that we play with an opportunity to win. Simple as that. And that seems like the bare minimum to ask, but I feel like that's something that needs to be established first. We're going into every game, we got an opportunity to win. And whether it's at home, definitely if it's at home, but even if it's on the road, and if we're going up against the Bucks or the Sixers or whatever, they better come to play because we're coming to play. We got an opportunity to win.
Yeah. I mean, you hope that there's a mentality shift at some point. And, Mike Brown is going to bring a lot of that energy and everything else. But there are still nights in the NBA where you're up against a team that's just a lot better than you are. It doesn't matter how good you think the Kings are at this point. You don't think, I haven't run across too many people who believe that they're elite. And if you're going up against elite teams on the road, you're going to lose your fair share of games. That's the way it goes. I mean, you got to get some of those back at home, and you have to take advantage of trips where, again, you're playing a handful of teams that aren't spectacular, that are, either at your level or a little above your level or well below your level. And, that's where you have to take advantage of like that 7-game trip where, again, the Minnesotas of the world are going to be tough, but I don't know if they're going to be impossible. Houston is a team that you should beat twice. The Pelicans are a team that if you want to be a playoff contender, that's a team you have to beat. Again, and same thing with Minnesota. Minnesota's could be an upper echelon team, but they're really not like a cemented title contender team. That's where you need to go in there and you need to figure out a way to split. Yeah. So it's not like, again, you go to the Philadelphia and Toronto, like these are established playoff teams that are really good teams that are going to be there. In the end, they're going to be on the top of their conference standings. And so you got to find ways to sneak in a win or two here and there. Hope that somebody takes a night off or somebody has an injury and you're able to take advantage. But yeah, you got to be that team that is opportunistic.
Yeah. There's one positive for the Kings here. I feel like in the past they would be in this group, but this year they're not. We'll take it away as a positive. And that is the teams with no ESPN/ABC games at all this year. James, there's 4 of them. Can you name them?
Well, I'm certain it's not Houston because I know the Kings play them. Interesting. 4. OKC.
That's correct. That's 1.
Okay. I'm gonna go Detroit.
That's 2.
That's surprising though that the league still. I'm gonna say the Spurs.
No, the Spurs got 1.
Oh,
I don't know how many they got, but they got some.
Interesting. Yeah, I think after that, I'm probably gonna. I'm gonna give up. Like
It is Orlando and Utah. They're not on ESPN/ABC. Ironically enough, I don't know how many times, but I'm just scrolling through right now. Orlando, OKC, and Utah all have TNT games.
Oh, they all have TNT games, but no NBA TV or ESPN.
No. Well, I don't know about NBA TV, but ESPN, ABC, they don't have any of those.
Okay.
Why would I mean, I know why, because you got the rookies, but man, they got the Knicks. I just discovered something. I just discovered a little something. So I'm going through the schedule, and I'm sitting up here, and I'm like, well, okay, November 1st. Why would you put Orlando and OKC on TNT? Nobody wants to see that. Then I'm like, oh, okay, well, the rookies. It's Paolo versus Chet. Yeah, you want to see that? That's cool. And then I look down November 15th, like Knicks versus Jazz. Why would you put the Knicks and the Jazz on T? Oh.
And what day is that?
November 15th.
Yeah, that's just like
Knicks at Jazz.
Poking the bear there. Especially if Donovan is no longer.
Right.
Yeesh.
Something that we don't.
Yeah, that's tough. Yeah, I think that there a lot of the rookie matchups are going to be fun this year. So I think we're going to see a lot of that highlighted throughout the season. And hopefully the Kings have a good one. I think he's got every opportunity. Keegan Murray has every opportunity to be a really good player and fit in seamlessly with this team. And I think he'll be in the running for Rookie of the Year. I think Paolo Banchero is going to be really tough to beat. But I think that we're going to see Keegan Murray right there in the running for Rookie of the Year.
Yeah. So I think this Kings team is going to be fun to watch. I think they're gonna do well in these national TV games. They're going to show out pretty well, and I think they're going to be fun to watch, man. I'm looking forward to this team getting underway. These first 5 games, I think. I'm not going to say it's going to tell us a lot. It's going to tell us everything, but it's just going to be fun to watch. See these guys right out the gate going against some of the better teams in the league. You're getting some games at home. You're going up against a team in Portland that you're competing against. So I'm looking forward to how they start the season.
Well, and I'll say this too. I really love that the Kings have, they have the 24th, 25th, and 26th of December off. That to me is spectacular. Like having Christmas Eve, Christmas Day, and even the day after Christmas off. And then also the last few years they've had a New Year's Eve game, and those are the worst. So they do play on New Year's Day, and I believe it's on the road. They play in Memphis at 5 o'clock on the road on New Year's Day, but New Year's Eve they have off. And like who wants to sit there and watch a game while you're getting ready to go hang out and do Christmas Eve stuff? I mean, New Year's Eve stuff. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's good.
There's no once again the schedule court. There are no games before and after Christmas. After Christmas is a little rough. Like, dang, what am I supposed to do? Watch the Aloha Bowl?
Yeah.
What I'm watching after Christmas, man. It is what it is, though. So, we're going to talk more about the NBA schedule. We got Joe Davidson coming up next. We got Sean Cunningham coming on later on the show. We got a lot with the Kings in the NBA as the show goes on. James Ham with me here on D-Lo and KC on ESPN 1320. Oh, good. Oh, boy. I didn't. I missed it. Really? I watched the first one and it had me, it did what it always does. We're talking about Hard Knocks. Jesse asked me if I watch Hard Knocks. And, you watch the show and you're like, damn, they got a good coaching staff. They're really pushing these guys. Well, Lions might be a little frisky this year. He said, yeah, I'm thinking the Lions are getting 5 or 6 wins this year.
Yeah.
A little frisky.
Yeah. Like the last time the Kings had a Christmas Day game, I think it was 2002, 2003, around there. I'm glad they, like you can have your Christmas Day games. I enjoy my Christmas. So.
Appreciate it, Mario. Shout out to the dope ones. Hold on, man. Shout out to the dope ones, man.
That is
always good stuff.
Sexual chocolate, right?
Sexual chocolate.
Sexual chocolate, everybody. Sexual chocolate. Oh, yeah.
Classic.
It is a classic. Yep.
Well, Jesse, there goes Ramsey, reporting live. Looks like the Hard Knocks is doing their job, but it's not giving us reality. Lions suck. Got punked today in joint practice by Indianapolis. You think the Bears are? Yeah, the Bears stink. Sorry, John. Oh, my bad. Javier, thedopeones.com, man. Shout out to my man, Donnie. You know what I mean? Dopeones.com. Got a bunch of good stuff there, man. Mason says, Ham, get ready. 2023. Kings playing at home.
Good luck with that.
I do wonder what would move somebody to bet that championship money on the Kings. Like, what are you doing? Are you flexing?
They might be really wealthy, and they might have made that bet on like 3 other big-time teams. so they're gonna get some money. They're banking that if they hit it big on something crazy, that would be stunning. Somehow someone. I mean, if you won that bet, and that was to win, right? Win the championship.
It's crazy. What kind of flex is that?
Yeah, but I mean, if you hit.
Hold on, here we go. You're right. Oh, okay. We got like 10 seconds. Well, you're right. So that could have been the case. He said, "You're not getting any of my money." Wow. Wow. That's interesting. Talk about it on the show. All right, here we go. Back here on D-Lo and KC, James Ham, rolling with your mans here today. Not tomorrow, but then on Friday, he'll be back, and we'll be doing our thing. Hey, James, guess what I did yesterday? Guess what I did last night?
Uh-oh. I don't know.
I ran it back to Sky River.
That was expected.
I ran it back to Sky River.
That was expected.
Which is so bizarre because I promise you guys, I really don't gamble much at all. Like I gamble on sports, but like casino, like gaming, I don't really do that. So I just went up there for the vibes, man. I wanted to see what it was. And we got there. I had some stuff to do with practice to run and all this other stuff. And we ended up going there at like 10:30, maybe close to 11 o'clock at night. My aunts, they do gamble. So they're like, we want to go. So we made a little fun little outing of it or whatever. And we got in, no problem. Got in the parking lot and all this other stuff, no problem whatsoever. It was packed in there. It was at 11 o'clock, like super packed. But we got in no problem. But I heard at like 4, 5, 6, 7 o'clock, they were turning people away. They're at capacity. The parking lots were full. They were backed up like on the freeway exit. There was nowhere to park. And it was just mayhem. Like,
man, the Grove has been hurting for a casino. That's crazy.
Way.
I've also, like, if you've been around casinos enough, if you go to one of these places that, like, they're just opening, and especially if they have a hotel attached, but for right now, find the highest visibility slot machine that you possibly can. So walk around the place. Where is the highest visibility? Go sit down and play there, because what they want is as many people as possible seeing someone win. Yeah. So they loosen those slots by like the grand entrance. They want people hearing that noise, the cling, 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 and the sirens going off. Yeah. So yeah, that's a big deal. Make sure you go camp by the big areas, even if it's like they have the steakhouse open and there's a bunch of like really nice slots right by the steakhouse. Yeah, they want people. You got to get those people hearing and seeing it. Yep.
That's phenomenal knowledge by you, James, right there. Wheezy80, he said, my boy tried to go at 10 p.m. and got denied. Said people were parking in the Kaiser lot as well as filling up the streets by some houses. He says, I'd be hella mad if I lived there. Yeah, I saw all that. I saw people parked at Kaiser. People were parking at Kaiser and walking half a mile, maybe a little bit more, from where they parked to go into the place.
And if there's an emergency, what happens? And Kaiser needs those parking spots.
Well, that particular Kaiser is like a pharmacy. Like you pick up your medicine. It's not like a hospital Kaiser. It's like a branch. So I don't even think they're open. necessarily at that time, but still, it's the principality of the situation. You know what I mean? If I was Kaiser, I'd be like, we got to figure something else out. But Sky River is a hit. People were losing their mind trying to get to Sky River yesterday.
That's awesome.
It was a good time. I stayed till maybe about 12:30 or so. Like I said, I got a free $20, so I gambled that, and yeah, I was trying to wait to eat at the little brew house or whatever. That wait was ridiculous. So it's
Did
cool.
you win? Did you win anything, or did you lose?
Nah, I would, because it was just slots, and I don't really play slots like that. So I lost all the way down to maybe $7. Then I won up to 25, and when I got to 19, I just cashed out.
I was playing blackjack in Tahoe one time, and I sat down at a table with a high minimum bet, and the dealer looked at me and she wanted to card me, but she didn't. And then she tapped on, this is when I was young, she said, "Hun," and tapped on the minimum, which I think it was $2.50 a hand. And I said, "Yeah, I know." And this guy 3 seats down from me, who had just sat down too, who was older, goes, "What? $2.50?" And he goes to get up to walk away. And I just looked at the dealer, and I'm like, "Wow, there goes your tip." And she just looked at me, I'm like, gonna roast me here and belittle me as I go to sit down and play cards because I'm young? Yeah. And then I took $1,500 from you. All right, I'm good. I'll walk away with my money, and you can
don't play me like that.
You can keep wondering what happened to the tip money on that. It went in my pocket, not in yours. So yeah.
Shout out to Sky River. They doing some stuff, and from what I can tell, this is the beginning of what they're doing. They just got the casino open. They trying to do a whole lot more. Like you said, man, Elk Grove. We've been South Sac to Elk Grove. We've been waiting for this for a long time.
Just wait till the sports book opens. That place is gonna be hopping on Sundays. If that passes, that place is gonna be hopping. I don't know what, who's getting the money. I know there's a bunch of question marks about who's getting what when it comes to sports betting in California if it does pass. And I also don't know what the polls are saying. But if that happens, these big casinos that are already set up, the gaming casinos, it's gonna be wild.
What do you know about that? What do you know about sport? What the possibility? From what I hear, and I don't know a whole lot about it, but I hear and understandably so, the big pushback is from the Tahoes and Renos, right? Because if I can gamble down the street, there's not a whole lot of need for me to go to Tahoe or Reno to go gamble anymore. So they're pushing back on that.
Yeah, I think some of the pushback is there for sure, but I also think some of the pushback is from some of the Indian casinos that aren't ready for it, and it'll open up online sports betting in California as well, if I'm not mistaken. So, I think a lot of the pushback is from some of the Indian casinos. That's what I've seen as far as what I'm watching on all these ads that you're getting hit with left and right. What we all should have done is we all should have put a bunch of money down on DraftKings 2 years ago, and then you'll pay off once it clears and gets through.
Yeah. So that happens. It's on and popping. I think I told you about how I got hit with reality when I went to Vegas, and when you have the Bet MGM app or whatever, they tell you, oh yeah, you go to, you got to go into the casino, the MGM Grand or whatever, show them your license, they'll set you up, and that's all you need to do. And I was like, all right, cool. I went to Vegas. I was like, I'm gonna do that. Set up there. They're gonna hook me up, get me all registered. And then when I come back home, I'll be able to do it. And the guy was like, yeah, no, doesn't work that way. If you don't live in a place where they allow sports gambling, you have to be. For my situation, I couldn't do it here at home in California. I could only do it in Nevada. And I was like, oh man, this is trash. So
well, that's why I told you I used to drive up. I'd go up on Fridays, place bets for college and NFL games on Saturdays and Sundays, and then come back on Mondays and pick up my winnings if I won.
Right. Yeah. So
yeah,
one day soon, and like I said, you're gonna see me. Actually, I say all that. You're not gonna see me at I'm not a gambler like that. I'm not. I think I just like people watching. I like seeing the scene, but I'm not. I bet like $9 yesterday. Like I'm not a gambler like that. I will bet on sports, but even then, like if I start taking too many losses, like I'm like, let me fall back for a couple weeks. Let me relax here because I'm not I like my money. I'm like Mr. Crab. I like my money. Okay.
Yeah, there you go.
Hey, James, can we bring a legend in right now? Can we bring a Sacramento legend in? All right. My main man from way, way back from the Sacramento Bee. And he's still doing his thing. He still looks as young as he did when he was covering me, man. It's my guy, Joe Davidson in Sacramento Bee. Joe, what's going on, man?
Kenny Caraway, how are you, sir? James Ham. James, let's just get this right to the point. I really like Kenny's mother when he played high school basketball back in the day. Not so much Kenny, but no, I'm just kidding. Good to join you guys. Look at you, James. You got the big glove behind you. You got the the catch with Dwight Clark, and you're a basketball guy. So that's versatility. Kudos.
Oh, I love football. I love baseball. Baseball's always been my first love. Yeah.
Joe, I feel like I can come to you for anything. Like you know anything. So we're just real quick. I don't
know, man. You were talking about gambling, so I can't help you there.
Well, I will say this though. I think you have an understanding of like this whole gambling bill being passed. Like, what's the deal with that here in Sacramento at the casinos? You know anything about that?
I don't. I
guess I can't ask you anything.
I mean, you can do just about anything. So, what are you guys hearing?
Well,
on Elk Grove. Is that what the topic started with?
Yeah. I went to Sky River not once but twice yesterday, before the show and after the show, and I did all that, Joe. Not even really to gamble. I gambled like $9 total.
Because Kenny's he's a man of the people. Just went there to sign autographs and take selfies,
kiss babies,
kiss babies,
and a casino.
Exactly. James Ham is brought to us by Pabst Blue Ribbon. I see.
Oh yeah, you like that? Yeah.
So,
Joe, how have you been? Like, are you gearing up right now for the high school sports scene? I know we got Friday night football here at Bear River coming up on this week, and that's got to be like your main focus right now is just gearing up for high school sports.
Oh man, it's heavy duty. I was just talking to my editor and my friend Jim Patrick, and we've done so many stories. We did a top 25 capsule on each of the top 25 teams leading up to opening night with Folsom as our number one team. Storylines, themes, trends. We got a referee shortage. What's up with that? I know why we have a referee shortage. Is the season too early? Geez, Kenny, I think when you played in high school, if you went to watch the football team, they didn't play until at McClatchy. They didn't play until after Labor Day.
Yeah.
And now we're here at August, 19th for the season opener, and so there's those kind of things. But yeah, James, totally gearing up. And Kenny, the high school football has never been more popular than it is of late. And we didn't have a season in 2020 with the pandemic, and last year it came roaring back. And I'm talking sellout crowds in everywhere, whether it's up in Lake in the Pines, Grass Valley, where James is, Kenny Caraway, the city schools had some sellouts. Up in the foothills, Placer County, Oak Grove, it's the thing to do. And the activities directors have done a great job promoting it on campus. The bands are involved, the drumline. I mean, it's awesome. And we have powerhouse teams. We have teams that are just happy to go 5 wins and 5 losses. And it's just, it's neat to see the numbers have come up, which is good because football's not for everybody. It's hot. Look at these practices and the weather. I've been talking to some coaches where we got a story next week. Tackling has been dialed down in the high school level for several years. And a lot of schools don't even tackle at all. And so, well, how can you do blocking and tackling if you're not doing tackling? They'll do some drills, but it keeps you more fresh and you can last longer, especially if you're, Folsom High School's been our number one team. They don't tackle at all. They'll do some drills and a lot of repetitions. Like, that's a far cry from years ago. Maybe even just 5 years ago.
Right.
Troy Taylor at Sacramento State, we don't tackle either. We'll have goal line situations. We'll do that, but it's, anybody who's on scholarship football probably should know how to block and tackle. It's not always the case in high school. So it's kind of that fine balance. You don't want to run these guys into the ground. It's going to be 105 degrees today. You got to be smart. But the days of no water in practice, two-a-days, hit until you can't see straight. Those are long gone. It's over.
Yeah.
And it's a good thing.
I agree. I agree absolutely. And one of the things you talk about how big high school football here is in the Sacramento region. Like you said, they just love high school football. They always have. But another big part of that is you got some really good teams, and not just locally good teams. You got some regional, national good teams. You got Folsom, who obviously is the creme de la creme right now. But what other teams are possibly competing on that state level, like that could go down to LA and bring home a state championship or maybe get ranked nationally? What other teams in the area are on that level?
Folsom's the top dog. They've been our preseason number one ranked team at the Sacramento Bee every year since 2012. It's amazing. Wow. And they used to, Folsom in the 2000s struggled to win 2 games in a row. And then Troy Taylor took over and said, we're going to recreate an offense and start doing the spread offense and get the ball to your quickest players. And he runs the same offense at Sac State. And they won the last 2 Big Sky Conference championships. So Folsom's the top dog. Everybody's chasing them. Granite Bay is a team that has won a state championship. In 2012, Joe Catalico is the coach there now. That's a team that expects to get in a section championship. And anybody who's wins a section championship goes to a regional bowl game, Southern California championship or Northern California championship. So that's your main goal. Rockland was 12-1 last season, made a real run, and then Folsom derailed them. We've had smaller schools get to state bowls, including Placer up in Placer County, and Del Oro has been in a state bowl winning in 2015 and almost winning in a repeat in 2016. And so those are different enrollment schools. Do we have any city schools that might do that? Not that I know of. And that's the same case in the Bay Area, same in LA. There's a big concerning gap on the haves and the have-nots. You look at Oak Ridge up in El Dorado Hills or Granite Bay or Rockland or Elk Grove, they have signage everywhere. You get some of the city schools of San Juan Unified School, they don't have any signage. They don't have any backing. And so they're on fumes. So those teams you hope can hang on. Johnson High School is an old Metro League rival of Kenny from your McClatchy days, has a new field. The district gave them a new field. So that keeps hope there. And alumni coach. For as many storylines as the heavyweight programs, you also are as curious as the city programs. Grant High School is the only team in the Sac Joaquin section to win a state open division championship. That was in 2008. That's the highest classification. Grant led the area in wins in the 90s and the 2000s, has dipped in recent years, went 0-9 last year, but still have some monstrous players. I think they're going to be right back into it. I think it'll be a playoff team. They had a kid yesterday, Alani Noah, who just gave a verbal commitment to USC, 6'4", 320 pounds, good student, good family. So they still have players. At that size, he can be a bouncer on the weekends if he wants. He's pretty good. So we have linemen who are getting recruited. We got quarterback skilled players. We got Rico Flores is a national recruit at Folsom receivers going to Notre Dame. Walker Lyons is a tight end for Folsom who's going to Stanford. Simi Pale is a big 300-pounder for Elk Grove who's going to Stanford. So you have to be a heck of a student to even get into that school. So we got guys, and we got guys in the NFL as well.
You said something there. Are you sure that Grant was the number one team in the 90s?
Most wins in the region in the 90s and 2000s, it was Grant.
Okay, they won more than my Nevada Union?
Yes.
Are you sure? It's got to be like 2 games.
It'd be probably pretty close. But no, they did. They had the most wins in the whole section in the 90s and the 2000s. And, let's talk about, Nevada Union was a great powerhouse up in Grass Valley and has dipped considerably. Why is that? Well, the enrollment's been cut in half.
1,500 kids this year.
It used to be 3,000 students, and that's a lot. Somebody said, well, what's the big deal? Well, that means you have 1,500 fewer students walking around that might be guards, tackles, and linebackers and whatever. So football's better when Cordova's relevant, when Nevada Union's relevant, when Bear River's relevant, and when Grant's relevant. It just is. Those are traditional programs. And a school like Cordova, which led the nation in victories in the 1970s, the loss of the Air Force Base there, declining enrollment, coaches coming and going. that's hard to sustain. You got to have stability, and if you don't have stability, all these ranked powers have on-campus coaches and administrators who get it. And we have some schools, we have principals who, I'm not kidding, who don't even know who their team's playing on a Friday. Do we play Friday? Well, yeah, football's a pretty big deal. So the schools who are successful have big enrollment, big numbers, supportive community, but it also comes with pressure. There's a lot of pressure at Folsom and Granite Bay and Oak Ridge and Rockland, and you don't win. These parents are on you, and these parents, you got to have parents that have kids, certainly, and you need their support, but you don't need the grief. And that's a huge reason why the referee numbers are in serious decline across the country, because these parents aren't acting like adults. They're just out of control. And I talk to referees all the time, and they love doing it, but they don't need the grief. I mean, Kenny, when you played high school basketball, I don't remember people chasing after referees in the Metro League back in the day. Now we see it in baseball, youth sports, high school football. It's nuts.
You remember it was Mike Greenwell that like started screaming during his son's Little League game, and that was so long ago, and it became such a huge story. And now it's all the time. Right. It was like it's all the time. You see all this craziness. I may have yelled at a ref in a soccer game
over the weekend. A youth football coach gets gunned down.
Come on, man.
After a dispute with referee. And that's chaos. It shatters lives. And Del Campo High School in this region had a baseball playoff game back in May, and it was a bang play to end the game. And Buhawk Colony of Atwater was the team that lost. Some of the Buhawk fans chased the umpires into the parking lot, and guess what? Everybody's got one of these. And so they videotape it, and it becomes viral. And it's just a disaster. And some of the logic, why do you have to attack referees? Well, they need to make better calls. Well, or you can grow up and act your age. And so that's a problem. And so what's going to happen, guys, is the Referees Association is pleading with area schools, can you please consider a Thursday night game or a Saturday game so we could spread it out a little bit? That's easier said than done. We're used to Friday night football. Communities are. Thursday night means you got to shorten your practice, but it's going to be a necessity. Otherwise, you're going to have shorthanded crews, and shorthanded crews means you're going to miss some calls. And this whole notion, you guys know sports. Everybody at every game, youth game, high school game, college game, Kings game, they're all convinced that the referees are at the school.
Oh, yeah.
If you're sitting next to a Laker fan, well, they're thinking, oh, no, they're out to get us. So we got to get past that. And there's no bias. They don't have an agenda to hose that school. They're doing the best they can, and they need people to lay off. Yeah. Or go out there and stretch, hydrate, and go officiate the second half if you guys you can do better. I know Kenny can do it. I know James can do it, but do you want? We don't need to
I'm not taking no mess though. You talk crazy to me. I'm teeing them up in basketball. Well, they don't really have any punch. I'm throwing a flag in football. Actually, I'd be the exact opposite. I'd be real lenient. I'd be like, come on, what are you doing now? Calm down.
Hey, Kenny, I got a story I want to share with you and James. So Pete Carrill just died. The late great Pete Carrill. I got to know him pretty well when I was covering the Kings. And there's a neat hook with McClatchy High School and Harvey Tahara and Pete Carrill. So about 7-8 years ago, Pete calls me. Hey, I've been reading in the B. You've been writing about this Harvey Tahara, this basketball coach who coaches the girls, and he's a fundamental old school kid. I'd love to see his practice. Sure. So I call Harvey Tahara, and as you know, Kenny is a class coach, great boys coach, great girls coach.
Yeah.
And Harvey said, "Come on by." So we went by, and here's Pete Carrill just kind of shuffling along, and get these two great coaches, and they're talking about what they're doing. And Harvey, it was his last week of practice before retirement. And so Coach Carrill said, "Can I put the girls through some drills?" And he did, and they were fundamentally sound. 2-handed chest pass, and he stopped and he goes, "You guys are superbly coached. Be fortunate in who you have." And it was a neat moment. And I drove him back home and all that. So that's the kind of guy that Pete Carrill was in basketball for all the lessons at any age.
Yeah, he just a legend. And stories like that, when he just not only coached for the Kings, but endeared himself to the community, to the city of Sacramento. That's why you saw such an outpouring of love for him the other day when it was announced that he passed away. So we'll definitely
it's a national loss.
Joe Davidson, Sacramento, be here with us today, man. Joe, you got a little time, and Can you hang
this
a
time.
a couple more minutes? All right, cool.
It's brought to you by Pabst Blue Ribbon.
Or McQueen and the Violet Function, or ACR Roofing and Solar. Either one. Take your pick. So week 0 starts on Friday. The big one, obviously, is Folsom and Monterey Trail. Monterey Trail has been knocking on the door for the last few years. They've been right up there. I know they lost a couple of their studs. Did they replenish that roster, that program? Because I know they've got a junior program that I know produces talent that they just feed them all the way through.
Well, and Folsom's amazing. It's the that doesn't, yes, the people are frustrated with Folsom. Some of the opponents. I did a story about 4 or 5 years ago where the rest of the Sierra Foothill League said we need to get them out. They are uncommonly good. They get an inordinate amount of transfers. We want to get them out, and all the coaches were on the record. And you can't just move a team out. What you got to do is close the gap. And so last season, Rockland hammered Folsom in a regular season game. And then Folsom got them back in a section championship rematch. And Granite Bay also beat Folsom. So they finished third in their own league and then stormed through and beat De La Salle, first area team since 1978 to beat De La Salle to win the NorCal championship. Didn't win the state championship, but have all the pieces to win their 5th state championship all since 2010. It really, the main ingredient is the youth feeder program. These kids grow up wanting to play there. They also get a lot of transfers. A lot of kids are going there and their parents because they want to be on a bigger stage. And that's not the coaches recruiting them. It's not the athletic director recruiting. We'll hear rumors and gossip. It's not true. They're not driving around in a school bus saying, load them up. And so I'm not a big fan on transfers. I think you ought to go to your neighborhood school and high school sports. If you transfer for athletically motivated reasons, you could sit out 30 days or a whole season. I think that's a big that's a big price to pay. I talked to a lot of parents and fans over the years where they want to know, hey, I have a kid who the UCLA coach is saying that, if you have more touchdown catches, we'll recruit you. Not true. That's a fib. The college recruiters don't have time to break down who your opponent is and, what kind of film, all that. They want to see film where the guy's making a big play or his closing speed, or he just looks the part, and you got to have grades. If you don't have the transcripts, you're going to be a junior college guy. So Folsom is still the heavyweight, big target. But Monterey Trail is a team that's been in section finals, and they're refreshing because they run the ball. Is that allowed in high school football at any level? So they run the ball with a veer. And we got smaller schools like Dixon, Winters, East Nicholas, Bear River, Colfax that are on a smaller stage, but it means just as much. And the bottom line is, you guys know this, if you're a player, it doesn't matter where you play.
Right.
If you're a player with grades and incredible film, you're going to be on a radar. You don't have to go to modern day De La Salle or Folsom to get recognized. That's a big myth. I remember in the 1990s, the big theme was, if you don't go to Jesuit, you cannot get a scholarship. Not true.
Right.
Not true. It wasn't the coaches saying that, usually the boosters and all that. So football in general is really healthy, and it's safer than it's ever been. There's less tackling, and it's never been more popular. And is there too many games, 15, 16 games? Yeah, I can see that argument, but not everybody's playing that. Bear River's not going to play 15 games.
No, 11 if they can.
Yeah. That 11's the goal.
Yeah. And, I remember one of the big transfer stories here in Sacramento was when Chad Elliott left Nevada Union and went to Grant. But I think the interesting thing for me is to watch the declining enrollment everywhere. So like Bear River was a powerhouse. They even won a section championship a couple of years ago.
Right.
But they're down to 540 kids to start the year of the school.
It's amazing. And Colfax is the same. Both of those
25 kids on the football team.
Exactly right.
It's crazy.
Bear River opened in 88 or 89.
88, 89, yeah.
And by the early 90s, they were a statewide power at the small school level. Terry Lowe, great coach. They had 1,300 kids. Now they're at 500, 600, all-time low. Still a great school. Still doing well in sports. Colfax opened in 58, 59, 60. Went to a bunch of section championships, one state championship in girls basketball. Probably 1,000 kids was their high water mark, probably 500. The fact that they keep winning is testament to these amazing coaching. These kids grow up wanting to play there. But it's not easy playing football with 22, 25 guys. And everybody's going both ways, and that's not a problem at a lot of the ranked teams. Folsom, you got 65 guys.
We had 55 on almost every team I played at Nevada Union. 50, 54, 55,
maybe
56.
they have 25, 28, and minor magic is still a deal. And I remember that Chad Elliott's probably the biggest transfer. He wins 2 section championships as a sophomore, junior at quarterback, and he has a run. He doesn't get along with the coach, Dave Humphers, and so he says, "I'm out." And he goes to the number 1 rival at Grant, shows up. He's the right kid. Hey, I want to join the party. And they like, you're the enemy. Do you even know how to do anything outside of deception handoffs? Great senior year, 1996. I think he had like 50 touchdowns, 3 interceptions, great numbers, won a state section championship, played in college. Chad Elliott will still remind me on social media or anybody who's listening that he's the greatest quarterback to ever come out of this area. So, Jake Browning was really good and blah, blah, blah. So he's got a good spirit about him.
Aaron Garcia.
He never lost his, He never lost his confidence, not an ounce.
Yeah.
That's
Joe,
right.
I want to make sure that we touch on Sac State football before you get out of here. But before I do that, I have to ask the question that everybody wants to know. Yeah, we talked about Folsom. Yeah, we talked about Monterey Trail. We talked about Rockland and all this other stuff. Look, man, the people really want to know because they're telling me. The people want to know. I'm talking to the people on the streets. I was at Sky River yesterday, and they was telling me, ask Joe Davidson this. Is McClatchy going to go back to the playoffs for the 2nd straight year? That's what everybody's buzzing about right now. That's what everybody wants to know.
The quick answer is yes. So the McClatchy Lions opened in 1930-something and made the playoffs last season for the first time since 1996 when they got boat raced by Chad Elliott and the guys.
I never saw a playoff game in McClatchy. I was from 97 to 01. I never saw
you missed the good years. And they got a good coach. They got good numbers. They played 12 bridges. And we're like, what's that? That's a new school in Lincoln up in Placer County. That's their opener. Good coach, great athletic director. I really like Rob Fiker, the former football coach there. So we talk about, is the season too long? Should we maybe shorten it? Maybe not have as many playoff teams? Well, a school like McClatchy, hey, man, getting in the playoffs was everything. Mm-hmm. And I was talking to Paul Doherty about that just today, and he's the Folsom coach, and he coached at Sac High a decade ago. And he said in 2012 or so, he goes, Sac High Dragons, with poor facilities and not a very good field and all kinds of challenges. And they get the 15 seed and they play at Del Oro. And he said, we're going to make it a big time thing. So they rented a hotel, the Holiday Inn in Rockland, and they stayed the night before. And he goes, it was our Super Bowl. They got clobbered in use, but there's a handful of those kids from that Sac High team who are now teachers and educators because of that experience. That's why you play the games. And they don't remember. I mean, they know they lost to Del Oro, but they just remember probably running down the hallways and cannonball into the pool. But that's, a lot of schools were so used to the playoffs, all the ranked teams we talk about. But a lot of schools like Sac High or McClatchy, it means everything just to get in, to get. Yeah, man.
Friday nights at Hughes Stadium, just the setting for my high school experience. I used to they never won. They get smacked every time, but man, you talk about Friday nights at Hughes Stadium.
And they're still playing at Hughes. It's a great venue, and kudos to that. It's a historic venue, and so the Lions are still there. So we'll have to go check out a game.
Absolutely, that for sure. Joe Davidson from the Sacramento Bee rocking with me and James Ham right now on D-Lo and KC. And Joe, I wanted to talk to you about Sac State football, nationally ranked. Again, this is the 2nd straight year. I think they were preseason top 10, or I think last year was
second year, right? Yeah,
top 10. We talk about the Kings schedule came out today, and they got these national TV games. Sac State gonna be on ESPN 2, I think, in October. I think they're about as big as it can get in their conference. Obviously, the 2-time Big Sky winning conference, but that FCS, like they're there. They're big time right now.
They are big time. And also, this year, Troy Taylor, the homegrown kid, Cordova High School, Cal Berkeley quarterback, Folsom football coach. He's the best coach I've experienced in football over all these years. His organization, his big picture thinking, and it doesn't run him into the ground, and just. They do amazing things, and so they've won the last 2 Big Sky football championships. No season in 2020 with the pandemic, so they won it in 2019. Won it last season. I think he's 15-1 in Big Sky games. Amazing, and A lot of local recruits, creative, fun offenses. FBS football is not to be confused with the big boys of Alabama and USC, but it's a great level of football. That includes UC Davis, which won a conference championship in 2018 and went to the playoffs last year under Coach Dan Hawkins. And last year was the only time or the second time in the history of both of those programs, Sac State and UC Davis, where they were both good at the same time. And the last time was 1988. Both went to the playoffs in last season. It's good for area football and area in general that they're both relevant and they're both. And I think those two coaches, as long as they're there, they'll be a factor. Now, Sac State has not won a playoff game. They went 0-1 both times, which just shows you how good the FCS football is. And I think they'll make a real run. I think they got 14 starters back, so they're both going to be good. And Cal or UC Davis opens September 3rd at Cal, and so Sac State played at Cal last year, and it was a competitive game. Those games are by design for payout games, and I think you could get up to $400,000 in a check or $200,000 just to go down there. It used to be it's a body bag game. Well, these programs aren't body bag guys. They used to be, or had stretches of it. So the one thing that I'm puzzled about, though, Kenny and Jams, is what is it that Sac State fans want over this community? They don't sell out the games. They will for the Causeway Classic, the showdown against UC Davis, but you want a local coach, you got one. You want some local players, you got one. You want some national recruits from other programs, you got that. You want a winning product, you got that. So go out there and show up. It's a 20,000 seat stadium, so it's a lot. It's asking a lot. UC Davis sells out, but it's only a 10,000. And so hopefully the ESPN exposure helps. And I don't know if a lot of people know who all these Big Sky teams are. Like quick, James, what's the mascot of Northern Colorado?
Damn.
Buffaloes?
The Bears. The Buffaloes. No. Yeah. Way to look to the side.
Wait, what is it?
The Bears, I believe.
I got it right.
Today they're the Buffaloes. Today,
Colorado State's Buffaloes, right?
Yes.
They're Rams. Colorado State is Rams. Colorado's Buffaloes.
And Colorado
there we go. There we go.
This season. So,
but Joey, to your point, I agree. I think that this thing should be a little bigger. I think people are getting used to it. Sac State hadn't been good for so long. All of a sudden they're good, and it's like, oh well, we got a good team to go watch and a good school to get behind and things of that nature. I want to go to Fantasyland real quick, John. I want you to tell me if it's fantasy, just complete fantasy, or reality. So the Pac-12 has just been destroyed, and they're going to be looking for members to pick. I joked around and said, "Well, Sac State went to the Pac-12." That's not happening. But say Sac State, the Pac-12 goes after Boise State or San Diego State or maybe even Fresno State or something like that. What are the prospects? Give me a percentage that Sac State would take Fresno State's place in the WAC. Like, how realistic is that?
Good question. And I think let's go in layers there, Kenny. I think it's pretty reasonable to assume that Boise State, Fresno State are likely, or San Diego State are likely entries into the Pac-12, and a lot of it makes sense. Logistically, they got the facilities and all that, so I could see that happening. Now, as for Sac State, I did a story about a month ago when I talked to the two athletic directors from Sac State and UC Davis. They're perfectly happy where they are. And it doesn't mean they're not ambitious. It doesn't mean they're not chasing bigger things. But in college football, to move from the FCS to the FBS, you have to have continuous sellouts of 15,000. Sac State's not there. And before you could be even considered. And you probably need a stadium uplift. But I think down the road, maybe. I did a story back in the spring that Sac State baseball is a really good fit in the Big West, which has nationally ranked Long Beach State and Fullerton and all that. And they're in the Western Athletic Conference, which has teams in Utah and Texas. Doesn't make a lot of sense. Yeah. So that's easier to do. They're already Division I.
Right.
There. And it's why did UCLA and USC bail? Money. The television contract in their new conference is going to finance everybody, huge amounts of money, and college is so big on money, and it's almost disgusting. And now we have the NLI, the like list and images, and that's apparently seeping into the high school ranks. Let's hope not. I think it'll become more haves and have-nots of a big gap. I would think Boise State, San Diego State, Fresno State is more reality over fantasy for Pac-12, but Sac State jumping into the WAC anytime soon is more fantasy, and they're not even chasing after. I don't think these ADs are going to mislead me, but they still got more to win in the Big Sky and win there. Now in basketball, they're already in Division I basketball for UC Davis and Sac State's in the Big Sky.
They need to get out of the Big Sky in basketball,
and they need an arena. It's the worst arena in all the college sports at Division I. But if anybody has a deep-pocketed donor who wants to drop down $10 million, call the guys at Sac State.
Oh, well, I'll talk to Damien. He's got it. I'll talk to Damien.
Is that where Damien is right now? Is he fundraising?
He's just flying around somewhere. I don't know what he's.
Did he forget about you guys?
He's all over the place, man. He's going all over the place. Joe, man, this was so much fun. We talked about it a little bit through text. Like, let's do something like this during the season a little bit more, man. So you keep us up to date with everything that's going on, man. We appreciate you coming on for sure.
I appreciate you guys. Thanks, Kenny. James, good to see you.
Yeah, good seeing you too, man.
Joe Davidson, the Sacramento legend out here, man, coming on D-Lo and KC. We're going to get back into the schedule a little bit. We got to talk about my boy Trey Lance because people are starting to buzz about Trey Lance, and I've been telling y'all about Trey Lance. We don't talk about it all, though. James Ham with me on D-Lo and KC right here on ESPN 1320. Yeah, I got you. I was looking, and they didn't leave, and I still had some things to ask them. So I was like, let's see if we can push him a little bit. So,
he's a talker.
Yeah.
He's a good dude.
Oh, absolutely. This is 13, Jesse? Okay. Gotcha.
What's our standard? That one?
No, we go. Yeah, you're right. This one, ACR.
And then just.
You guys, should we keep our names on here or not? What do you guys think?
That's funny.
We're going to do what the people are asking right now. Keep the names on or take them off.
Name on, name off. Yeah, Joe D's my dude.
Yeah, man. That was a guy when he, he'd write an article about McClatchy or me or whatever during the season. It was like, yo, this crazy world. This dude, Joe Davidson just wrote about me. This is nuts.
Oh, he's an excellent writer.
Man.
Excellent writer. Yeah.
Him and Marty McNeil, when they would write about me, I'd be like, yo, this is nuts.
Oh, I miss Marty Mack. He was such a good dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was gone way too soon. He I would show up for like media availability, and then you're like videotaping to glass, and then you couldn't use a volume on any of your stuff because he would drop 50 F-bombs in a 30-word statement. You'd be like, how many times did you say the F word? And then you couldn't use the audio for your videotaping because Marty's in the back. But just a great storyteller and such a good dude.
Hey, Jesse, do I need to say the ID? Thank you, bro.
Yeah, and hey, we keep forgetting, but you guys out there, I just remembered, Kenny. If you're watching, we got like 240 people in the stream. Give us a thumbs up. If you're new to the show, subscribe. Like, come on, people.
Subscribe, hit the like button. Come on, man. Show us love.
Yeah. Yeah, like Nevada Union was a powerhouse when I played, and then the year after I graduated, won the section championship. And then I think they won it 2 years later.
Yeah,
Yeah, it
they
was
were.
a good stretch.
They were when I was in high school. It was Nevada Union, Oak Ridge. I remember hearing about Del Oro, Elk Grove, Jesuit. Like those were the teams. I don't know if they were in the same division, but I remember in Grant, obviously,
Yeah.
the teams that were.
We'd have to go out to Del Paso. What is the? Why am I drawing a blank on the school that's out there? You had to play. Oh, yeah, I think it's Del Paso Heights, right? We'd have to. We'd have to go out on Saturdays because they didn't have lights.
Was it Grant?
No. Grant always had lights, and Grant had the big steel doors you go in. Yeah, why am I drawing a blank? I think it is Del Paso. Anyway, I remember one time I think I was a junior. We were up 42-0 right before half. And that's just like Humphers, who we talked about, who Chad Elliott didn't get along with. Yeah, anyway, there's like 50 seconds left in the half, and we scored a touchdown. And he did an onside kick.
Oh, no.
And the ball hopped up, hit one of their dudes in the chest, and he bolted straight through our dudes for like a 65-yard touchdown.
Oh.
Yeah. And so it wasn't Del Paso. What is it? What's the other school that's out there in
what's the
North Highlands?
DPH?
I don't know why I'm drawing a blank. Anyway, we got the ball back with like 20. Oh,
Yeah, back here on D-Lo and KC, Kenny Caraway, James Ham, getting you through your Wednesday. You know, James, I don't know what's going on in your neck of the woods. I think it's about the same, but we got a little bit of a reprieve today because the clouds are out. Is it overcast where you're at?
yes, it is. My watch says right now it's 93.
Yeah, a little bit. This was supposed to be like 106, but clouds came out of nowhere. Gave us a little reprieve, gave us one of those East Coast summer days. That's what I like. You know, it's a little humid, maybe it's like 90 or whatever, but it's overcast. You're not getting beat down by the sun. So I like those East Coast hot and humid days.
Yeah. I don't love the humid, but I certainly, it knocks some of the heat off. Yeah. And someone in the chatty house just reminded, we were talking off air about high school. It was Rio Linda. We used to we used to pound on Rio Linda, and it wasn't very nice at all. And to finish that we were up 42-0. They like a couple of seconds before the half, my coach kicked an onside kick after we scored a touchdown. They ended up scoring. We got the ball back with 20 seconds left. He ran a hook and ladder, and we scored an 80-yard touchdown, 1.5, 49-7. And that's what they did. Like, we ran up to score. It wasn't fun. And maybe that's why I don't like college football and betting the lines, because of the running up of the score.
That's just what he did? He didn't like have any problem with the other coach or anything like that?
No, he did it all the time. And even like players like me, who I was like super small going into high school, so I didn't get to play very much. When you did get to play, it was like the last 3 minutes of the game, even though you were up 50 or you were up 40 something. And it was always that way. And, that wasn't the only school that we like bombarded. CASA was always, we beat up on them quite a bit. Yeah. It was disrespectful, like totally.
How are you guys running an onside kick up 42?
In the first half, not 42 like for the game. I'm talking about in the first half. Yeah. And Rio Linda, like, God bless Rio Linda, the field was like mostly dirt, and they only played on during the day. They didn't have lights, so we had to play on Saturday instead of Friday night. And it was so hot every single time we went down, because we usually got them early in the season, like right now.
Yeah.
And it was not fun at all to go. And I guess a lot of people could say that about driving up to Nevada Union, but once you get up there, Nevada Union is just beautiful. The stadium is incredible. It's in the trees, at 3,000 feet of elevation or 2,800 feet of elevation. Yeah. And we're a bunch of kids in really good shape who ran a lot. And then you got to the third quarter, and the other team started to feel the altitude, and you'd run them off the field.
You bring them into the deep waters, not ready to see if they can swim, getting in deep waters. Ramsey, Guess he doesn't like Rio Linda. He said, good, in capital letters. Rio Linda deserved it. Not sure why they deserved it, but they did. My grandfather used to live in Rio Linda. I used to go out there once a month. He had a big old like farm or something like that. And that's all I remember of Rio Linda. Like there doesn't seem to be, well, now maybe different, but at the time, early 90s, there wasn't much out in Rio Linda.
Yeah, it was pretty rough. I always felt bad. It never felt good going there and just drubbing them in the dirt. Yeah.
I know every city probably feels the same way. I love the high school sports here in Sacramento, man. I think it's a lot of fun. I love that you still got a guy like Joe Davidson still covering it with the same interest and the same intensity that he did, 20 years ago when I was in school, man. And football is never been hotter out here. Obviously, I'm a basketball guy. I feel like basketball is starting to boom out here in Sacramento. Like they're really starting to hoop and do some good things basketball-wise out here. And that wasn't the case in when I was growing up. Like we were good ball players, but just being frank, we weren't prepared to compete with the guys in LA. You know what I mean? We weren't really prepared to compete with the guys in the Bay Area. They were doing things, the training and the workouts and stuff that we just weren't doing at the time. They were kind of next level. But nowadays that's not the case. Like these guys come from Sacramento and they go to tournaments in LA. I've just taken these 9-year-olds, to 9 and 10-year-olds to tournaments in LA, and they out here going to work on these kids in LA, going to Vegas, playing and competing against teams from Seattle, from the Bay Area, from Colorado, and going to work, man. So I love to see that, man. The athletics here in Sacramento is starting to catch up and surpass in a lot of ways a lot of the big regions and cities in California and surrounding areas.
Yeah, the baseball here is great too.
Major.
Like even up here where I'm at, Colfax won back-to-back section championships, and they would have won a third straight. Well, they had a good chance at winning a third straight before the pandemic hit and wiped out those kids' senior year. And Bear River here, it's a small school, but I know like Colby Lunsford is at Sac State playing baseball. One of my cousin's sons going to I think the Los Angeles State University to play baseball as a catcher. It's a hotbed for baseball. It always has been. I mean, Greg Vaughn, like Ricky Jordan, like there's been some really good ball players. Max Stassi came through, this area, but it's still like thriving. It's just tough with all the, a lot of these kids that just had their high school careers ended short because of the pandemic. Yeah, it's tough.
Man, it's crazy. It's crazy. Just waiting for the Bentley Caraway to come in here and be one of the next great baseball players from the Sacramento area. Did you hear that story about? Remember the kid who played football? It's maybe like 3, 4, or 5 years ago, and he was maybe in high school or middle school or something like that. And his name was the Coldest. It was like the Coldest something. That was his name. And people were like, "What, the Coldest?" They're kind of making fun of it or having a good little laugh with it. Well, he's still a good football player. He's in college, and he got an NIL with a air conditioning company for being the Coldest. That was his name. So I said, damn, I need to change Reese's name to the Rolls Royce. They give NIL for names. Let me change his name right now. So Reese, a.k.a. the Bentley Caraway, is going to be ready to do his thing out here in Sacramento high schools.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah,
that's awesome.
Man, James, there's still a lot that is going on in the NBA, right? Like you got the schedule that released, LeBron James signing his extension, guaranteeing himself to have, what was it, the highest guaranteed money of all time. So I don't want to get away from that. I want to talk about that. There was this story or quote from Scott Pollard. He was on radio and he was talking about Kevin Durant and saying it didn't really add up or whatever. We'll talk about that, but I kind of want to save that for Sean Cunningham, who will be here at 3:20. When we come back, also Giannis said something really weird that I want to ask your thoughts about it as well. But when we come back, we got to talk about the 49ers. They had a joint practice in Minnesota. Trey Lance was, all right, or whatever the case may be. But Bill Barnwell of ESPN, he wrote an article talking basically like what NFL players can go to another level when it comes to what they could be this year. And he said something about Trey Lance, and I was like, wow. That's how you feel, Bill Barnwell? That's how you feel, national media? It got me hyped up. I'm not even going to lie to you. It got me hyped up, even more hyped than I already was. And it got me hyped up, but there was still a part of me that was a little nervous when I heard this, right? I'm going to explain why I feel all of that, all right? I'm explain why I feel all of that. We got James Ham with me here on D-Lo and KC on ESPN 1320. You're good.
I might need to stand up for like
Go ahead,
2 minutes.
You're good.
All right.
Rivalries, returns, and rookies. The NBA games you can't miss for 2022, 2023. There it is. Oh, there we go. Don't mind me, guys. Just setting some things up. Yeah. Tank. The thing about it is, it's I always play on the safe end with that. Like, because some people do that. They're like, oh, my mental health isn't right. I need to calm down. And I think they use it as an excuse to not just lock down and work harder. But there's so many people that really are dealing with it that I'm always just going to take them at face value. If they say mental health, all right, that's what it is. I hope you feel better soon. I wouldn't want to dismiss somebody saying something like that. It's just, oh, you just, looking for an excuse or something like that when they were really going through something. So I just err on the side of caution on that. But Tank never errs on the side of caution. He's the guy who, after one of the mass shootings that was going on, and he, like a week later, no, man, look, no, I was definitely sitting there like, don't say that. Don't say that. No, I was definitely, I was thinking that like, bro, no, not now.
It does rain in Vegas.
It is raining in Vegas.
Yeah, I've been there where there was like a foot and a half of water on the street. Like, what in the world is happening here?
Yeah, they can't.
Not good.
They couldn't handle rain at all.
It doesn't absorb quickly. Yeah. We'll have a brief discussion about it on major. Oh, that's weird.
Yeah, it's time. You saw the Woj retweet. Is that what you're talking about, James?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's time. It's time.
I don't think I know who Bud Crawford is. Is that just me? So David's asking me my thoughts on Bud Crawford.
He's a boxer. Some say he's
Nope.
the best in the world right now. I don't have him there, but he's still like top 3. I agree. Although, actually, I think I moved Canelo down to 3 after the loss. Then it's Bud and it's Spence and Bud 1 and 2. But before that fight, Canelo was ahead of Bud. All right, here we go. A Woj bomb retweet? Is that kind of what you could say? I mean, he retweeted it. That's what got it on a lot of people's radar, but it's not really a Woj bomb, whatever the case may be. Thilo and KC, James Ham here, riding shotgun with your boy Kenny Caraway. And all I'm talking about is Pete Thamel, who is a college football writer for ESPN. He had a tweet, and I think a story that came with it that says, sources, the presidents and chancellors who make up the college football playoffs board of managers held a brief discussion on Monday about major college football operating under a governance structure outside of the NCAA. It's only a matter of time. These schools, they don't need the NCAA at all at this point. At all. Like, it's going to happen. I would say maybe college basketball still might need it because, it's just easier to have NCAA orchestrate the whole March Madness thing. But football, they should have been long gone from the NCAA, to be honest.
So how does that work, though? You wouldn't be affiliated with the school, or you would just be loosely affiliated? I'm confused.
I would think that Alabama, Clemson, whatever, they would say, we're not playing the NCAA's. We're not doing their stuff. Like, they can suspend us, whatever. We're going to start our own thing, and we're a part of it. Like, we're starting our own league.
So are they gonna like offer a college education to kids? Is it gonna actually be college affiliated?
Well, yeah. As far as I know, and you can help me out with this, NCAA don't have nothing to do with that. They just, from what I can tell, they just organize the league. There's a structure that the NCAA has created where you have conferences, you have bowl games, they've created that. But these football schools, or these schools in general, they could say, all right, well, we're starting the CCFL, College Cash Football League. I don't know. You know what I mean? We're starting our own stuff. We're not playing any of the NCAA. We're not doing that. You can have your TV rights. You can have we don't need that. We're doing our own thing over here. And Alabama, Clemson, all these guys, you'll still be affiliated with them. Now, one thing that I would think the NCAA might do, or might not, because they may not have any leverage in the situation, is, like I said, I'm not sure basketball can operate like that. Well, they can, but it's probably just easier to have the NCAA do all that stuff. But NCAA may say something like, well, if you don't work with us with football, then we're not working with you with basketball. And that may handcuff the schools to still stay around. But some of the schools might just say, like, Duke will be like, all right, whatever. Like, we'll go get all these ACC schools and Big Ten schools and Pac-12 schools, and we'll start our own basketball league.
And just dump the NCAA as like an over the top, like, like the NBA or like the NFL, just like who's watching out for it. Yeah, that's interesting.
NCAA is nothing but a middleman at this point, like an unnecessary middleman between consumer and school.
Yeah, I'm kind of like, it concerns you, like, what does that mean for other college sports and stuff? Because, I mean, football, it's just like at the high school level, football pays for everything. You know, like your gate is from football. I know, like when my son was playing soccer here at Bear River, like we did a fundraiser and raised like $10,000 to get him new uniforms and jackets and warm up gear because they shift soccer to the winter. So
Really?
and it's mandatory. This is so
Yeah, I do
silly.
remember that. Yeah.
It's so silly. It's mandatory that you have whites. So you have an alternate uniform and it's all whites. So you put kids in the winter when it can get 30, 40 degrees and the field can freeze. And then you put them in shorts and a t-shirt. And then on top of that, the shorts, one set of shorts and t-shirt has to be all white.
That's
Like, what in the world is happening here? Like, who in their right mind would, like, isn't there like a Clorox commercial? The kids just look like trash, and the schools don't have the money to replenish the uniforms from one year to the next, so they're literally playing in the same uniforms that the kids the year before. So and whites, like red dirt everywhere, raining, muddy, freezing cold temperatures, and you're wearing shorts.
That makes no sense, though. I don't understand. And Aldrin J, he tweets and he says, winter is the traditional season for soccer, though. All the European leagues are in the winter. That's nice. We're in America. There's no need for soccer.
The climate's slightly different in different parts of the world. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't understand that at all. Yeah, no. I wonder why they moved it. In general, I don't think it was because of that. Like the traditional season being in the winter. I feel like it probably had something to do with, I don't know, maybe they want kids to play baseball and soccer. I don't know if they would move it.
They moved it to spring for a little while, but then you're competing with basketball and you're competing with other sports. And so that's probably why it got pushed back. But there's no one at a soccer game. It's like the parents of the soccer kids, that's it. Or you go to a football game on a Friday night, even up here, there's thousands of people at a Bear River game. Or Nevada Union. I mean, that place is always nuts. So.
Yeah. So, Woj actually retweeted that. I don't want to discredit our main man. What's his name again? Pete. I don't know. Forgot.
Yeah, I don't know either.
Sorry, Pete.
Pete Thamel.
Pete Thamel. My bad. I don't want to discredit you, Pete Thamel. You're the one that came up with the story. So, yeah, the NCAA is borderline useless. But I do understand what you talk about when you say it provides so much money for the Sac States, for the UC Davis to be able to, continue to do things. I would hope, even though they are useless, the NCAA just kind of begs to these bigger schools, like, look, just stay with us. We'll give you whatever you want. If you want all the money, if you want just whatever, just stay with us. Because if you're not with us, not only are the schools in trouble, NCAA is in trouble as a governing body, like as a business. Like if the NCAA don't have football and then maybe basketball and all this, like what are they doing? Like they may be out of business in the next 15 years. So I would say, look, we're at your mercy. What do you need to stay here? We'll give you whatever, college football. Just stay. Sounding like Tyrese. Or Joe, one of the two. James, before we went to commercial, I was talking about how, 49ers joint practices with the Vikings. And, that's whatever, joint practice, part of the reason why Trey Lance and a lot of the starters aren't going to be playing on Saturday against the Minnesota Vikings because, Kyle Shanahan and the crew are like, we're probably getting better action right now in these joint practices. Like there's no need to play this arbitrary game on Saturday. So, they were getting after it a little bit. Nothing crazy happened. No fights. No, everybody was getting destroyed. Trey Lance, I think I saw he went like 11-16 if you keep your preseason stats or your practice stats and all that. Everything was just fine, right? There was nothing crazy. But that's not what got me excited. I was reading a story from Bill Barnwell, the ESPN staff writer, ESPN football writer. And it's entitled Predicting 25 NFL Breakout Candidates for 2022. And he has them in tiers of players, right? So, for instance, he's got from Pro Bowler to superstar. He's got guys like Chase Young in that, Kyle Pitts. He's got another category where it's solid starter to Pro Bowler. You got Trevor Lawrence there, Jacoby Myers from New England, the wide receiver, got him there. Javon Holland, safety for the Miami Dolphins. So he has like 4 or 5 tiers, right, where guys make leaps, right? Well, his first tier is entitled From Bench to Supernova. You know how many people are in that tier?
One.
Just one. And it is Trey Lance. Here's one of the things he writes. One player who barely played last season but might be an MVP candidate in 2022 belongs in a class of his own. He's not like anybody else on this list, and he's certainly not like the player he's replacing in San Francisco, and that's Trey Lance. And he just talks about, some of the things that, he's got going for him as far as the weapons that he has around him, the coach, obviously the skill set, the way that he passes the ball down the field, which is something that Kyle Shanahan wasn't able to do with Jimmy Garoppolo, and just opening up so much. He says from 2018 to 2021, no quarterback threw downfield less frequently. Just 7.2% of his passing attempts traveled at least 20 yards downfield. That's Jimmy Garoppolo. He said Lance threw a ball that traveled 20 yards down the field on 18.3% of his 71 attempts a year ago, which would have led the league over a larger sample. And they just talk about how he's going to open things up for the 49ers. And just the title of that tier, it got me excited, but it also got me nervous, James. I'm not going to lie to you. From a bench player to supernova MVP candidate, you think Trey Lance, be realistic. I'm being realistic here. I know you will too. I'm being realistic with myself. You think Trey Lance can be an MVP candidate this year?
No.
No.
I mean, look, he can be really, really good, but we're talking about, like, this is a team that's built to support a young player, except for we talked about this a bunch of times now. The interior line has a lot of people freaked out, and rightfully so. And you're gonna have to run a bunch of sets with like Juszczyk in the backfield, or Kittle's actually staying in and blocking. You're gonna have to be creative on how you manage this team. But it's the specialty players this team has that are just really special. I mean, you got Debo, you got Ayuk, you got Kittles, you got Mitchell. Like, you have so many running backs. You got even, Juwan Jennings, and what was it, Gray, who's like taking the top off, and Ray taking the top off the defense. Like, the way that this team is built, it's not built for Jimmy Garoppolo at all. It's built for someone who is a gambler, who actually looks forward, who looks ahead, and like looks to stretch the defense. So if he fits into that and he actually like steps into the role and succeeds, then that's what this was built for. But putting that on a guy who really hasn't played that much, you almost go back to like before they drafted Lance. Like, the idea, I believe, was to build this team out for Deshaun Watson. There were a lot of conversations that the 49ers were going to go get Watson before he started having all of his off the field stuff. And then they backed away, and then they made the pick. So I think that this is built for someone who can stretch the defense, who can be like really, really active and aggressive. That's just not who Jimmy Garoppolo was. Jimmy Garoppolo is almost like an old school game manager. And, like, is he better than a guy like Trent Dilfer? I don't know. Maybe, but like, he also played in an era where, guys who passed for 3,200 yards were solid, and now Jimmy Garoppolo 3,800 yards is not even solid. Like you gotta hit 4,000 yards in the NFL at this point. You guys, like 3 guys hitting 5,000 yards in a season, or even if this last year it was one in Brady, but like we're in a new era of football where you have to be able to throw the ball, and especially if you want to have the run game that they're going to have, you still have to be able to stretch everything out. If everything is between the tackles, if everything is within 20 yards, it just really compacts the game. It makes it difficult for your running backs to get loose. It makes it difficult for your tight ends to get open over the middle, or your slot receivers. I think this offense is built for a guy like Lance. Saying all of that, I still don't think he can be an MVP candidate in year one. Maybe I'm wrong, but you're putting a lot of pressure on a kid that you don't need to. Like, this is going to be a great defense. It's going to have a really creative offense with all kinds of facets to the offense. Like, I wouldn't put, like, can he be a supernova? Yeah, he could take a team deep into the playoffs, but putting the pressure of being in a potential MVP candidate, that's pretty crazy.
Well, so do I think he can be an MVP candidate? Can he be an MVP? Yeah, he can. Do I think he will be? No. But let me lay out to you why he might. I'll give you the reasons why, and then I'll give you the reason why I just don't think that'll happen. Right? We look at Jimmy Garoppolo. By no means was anybody MVP candidate, but I look at Jimmy, I look at Trey Lance, and I say, can Trey Lance have the type of statistical season that Jimmy Garoppolo had last season? Absolutely. Absolutely. Jimmy, and people think like Jimmy threw for like 2,000 yards or something like that. Jimmy went for 3,800 yards, threw for 20 touchdowns. Trey Lance can do that. I expect him to do around that worst case scenario. But let's say he's a little better than that, right? Let's say 4,600 yards, 30 touchdowns. That puts him in the type of season that Joe Burrow had. Joe Burrow had 4,611 yards, 34 touchdowns. Joe Burrow was getting some buzz at some point for, should this guy be considered for the MVP? I'm just saying, I think Trey can do that. That's not even him going crazy. That's just him doing better than Jimmy. Jimmy, and people think that's crazy. Jimmy threw for 3,800. And everybody talked about how sorry Jimmy was. 4,600 is like top, what is Burrow? Top 6.
Yeah.
For 4,449.
I'm going to guess that his passing yards, he's well off. Yeah, I mean, the top 10 were all over 4,100 yards. So, I mean, I guess Herbert threw for 5,000 too. So Brady and Herbert, you're looking at Aaron Rodgers, which I'm not sure why Aaron Rodgers won the MVP. Like, call me crazy. Jimmy Garoppolo last year was 12th in the league in passing yards, and he only played 15 games. He's right above Mac Jones, right above Kyler Murray and Ben Roethlisberger and Tannehill. There's a bunch of guys that are grouped up between like the 3,600 and 4,000 yards. Even like he's right below Matt Ryan. I think he can. I wouldn't say 4,600 yards. I think you want it like 42, 43, 4,400 yards. I know that seems like it's like not that much different, but it kind of is. Like,
that's top 10. That's top.
Yeah, he could be that, and it you don't even have to be great to do that. I mean,
no.
Like, but I'll also say this: do you expect the 49ers to be behind in a bunch of games?
Well, I don't expect him to be behind in other games, and this is why I don't think that he'll be an MVP candidate. Even if they're not behind in a lot of games, Kyle Shanahan ain't throwing the ball like that. Like he's not throwing the ball like that. It's not happening. You know what I mean? Kyle is looking to run first, set up the run, and set up the run again. Like that's the way he wants to dominate these games. And Jimmy Garoppolo, I don't know if Jimmy was capable or not, but even if he was capable, I don't think Kyle would have been throwing the ball that much. It really doesn't matter, in my opinion, what Trey shows in these practices in the preseason and in training camp. That's not going to change Kyle Shanahan from philosophically from his thought process where he likes to go. All right. That's not going to change that, right? He wants to run the ball. He wants to dominate on the ground, control the ball. He loves the 5-minute offense. He loves the 7-minute offense to put a game away. He's not looking to throw the ball all over the place. And that's why I don't think it's one of the reasons I don't think Trey Lance will not going to. I don't see him winning no MVP or anything like that. That's not what's happening this year. But he could have a bigger year. He can have people scoff at 4,600 yards. Like, no, he absolutely could throw 4,600 yards. Jimmy Garoppolo threw for 38.
I think he can, but like again, you're talking about like a philosophical change in the offense. I think the biggest thing he can do is like Garoppolo finished. He was tied for like 17th with 3 other dudes with 20 touchdowns. Right. He can bump that number up considerably, and he'll get some rushing touchdowns. He'll have a few moments here and there where they give him an opportunity. I just, again, Garoppolo is a game manager, and they're probably going to ask Trey Lance to be that for a good portion of the season until he proves that he can be something more, that he's confident, he's comfortable, and he can be something more. And so, like, 3,800 yards might happen, but that's just because he's a rookie. Well, he is sort of a rookie in a real sense, where he's getting his first dip in the league for an extended period. So, yeah, I think that there's possibility for him to be really good statistically, but really good statistically and MVP is two totally different things, especially in a league that has, Tom Brady that still has Patrick Mahomes and Josh Allen and a bunch of other guys that are going to put up just such gaudy numbers. It's crazy.
So, like I said, Jimmy Garoppolo, 3,800. He missed 2 games. I think he missed like 2.5 games because he got hurt in one of the games he obviously played in. So, missed 2 games, threw for 3,800. He averaged 250 yards a game. If let's just say he plays the other 2 games, quick math, that's another 500 yards on his total. We're looking at 4,300 now. So if Trey Lance stays healthy, once again, he should at least be able to do what Jimmy Garoppolo did. At least 43. If he's better than Jimmy, now that's where you get your 44, 45, 46. Like just the way the NFL is, like throwing for 4,600 yards, that Joe Burrow did that. That's 288 yards a game. It's not even 300 yards a game, right? It's like 288. You go down a little bit, Josh Allen threw for 4,400 yards. That's 259 yards a game. That's not like, it's not killing every game. That's averaging 250 yards a game.
But my point is going to always be that the worse your defense is, the more yards your quarterback is going to throw for. So, like, as someone who's played fantasy forever, there comes a point where you look around, you look at all the teams, all the quarterbacks that are left, and you say, okay, who has the worst defense? Because if they're down a bunch in every single game, then their quarterback's going to be hurling just ridiculous statistical numbers just to try to get them in the game, to try to bring them back in the game. Well, I don't think the Niners are going to be down a bunch. I think their defense is going to be elite. Top. What they finished last year, top 3.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think they have the potential to be much better than that this year. I don't know how much better you can get than top 3, but statistically, like rushing yards allowed, passing yards allowed, all that stuff, you can get better than what they were last year.
Mm-hmm.
And so I kind of feel that like the 49ers are not going to be being a bunch, and you're not going to go out there and try to run up the score. I think it's why the Niners have a bunch of running backs, because they're going to run the ball a ton. And every once in a while, you're going to run up against a really, really good defense, or you're going to be in a really tight game, or someone's going to make a bunch of mistakes, and you're going to have to make up for it. And so he'll have games where he throws for 350, 400 yards. But I wouldn't expect that as like a norm, because that's just not how the Niners are built. That's how the Bengals are built. That's how, again, the Bills, the Chiefs, they've been built in the last couple of years, where Patrick Mahomes throws for 500 yards, for 5,000 yards in a season, because most of the time he has to. And I don't think you're going to have to if you're the 49ers.
Nah. Like I said, I don't expect Trey Lance to be MVP or in the running for it. But you got to understand how these things go. Filthy McNasty. He talks about Derek Carr threw for 4,800 yards and 23 touchdowns. He wasn't no MVP candidate because the Raiders got in on the last day of the season. Allison says the same thing. Jimmy G did all that and he wasn't a top 10 MVP candidate because the Niners got in on the last day of the season. If Trey Lance is putting up those numbers and the Niners get in on the last day of the season, absolutely he won't be an MVP candidate. If Trey Lance is putting up 4,400 yards and 33 touchdowns and the Niners are whatever the number is now because they got the extra game, 13-4 on the season, absolutely he will be an MVP candidate. That's the way these things work. If you have one of the best teams in the game, which I don't know if the Niners are going to be that or not record-wise, but if you have that and your quarterback is putting up certain numbers, they don't have to be the best numbers, but if he's putting up good enough numbers, that's how you become an MVP candidate.
I'm still shocked that somehow Aaron Rodgers won the MVP over Tom Brady.
I was looking at that too. Tom Brady's numbers were nuts.
They were crazy, and both teams were 13-4, and we're talking about, he had 1,200 yards passing more than Rodgers. I mean, that's just crazy that he was able to put that kind of number and not win an MVP. I mean, and at 44, he did that. At 44 years old, he led the league with 5,316 yards, 43 passing touchdowns. He only had 12 interceptions. He led the league in yards per game. He led the league in completions and attempts. I don't get it. Even sack percentage. His sack percentage was 3%.
Yeah, Tom Brady was nuts last season. Absolutely nuts. We're going to take a quick break. We're going to come back, talk maybe a little bit more football. There's a couple of NBA things outside of the schedule that I wanted to ask you about and kind of pick your brain about, James. And we also got Sean Cunningham coming up at about 3:20, man. We're still trucking along here, man. We got you covered. This is the place to be for this beautiful Sports Wednesday on August 17th. We got you covered, man. It's Kenny Caraway. It's James Ham. Steelo and Casey on ESPN 1320. I'll be right back.
Yeah, let me see. Where was that? I would argue, Jeremiah, that Rodgers did less with less. I mean, if you get beat by 1,200 yards in the passing category, you did considerably less. I mean, Brady had more touchdowns. He had more passing yards. Yeah. Anyway, I'm just confused. I'm not sure why Aaron Rodgers flew up and got. I'm not a lock up Aaron Rodgers. I'm not even quite sure what that is, but yeah. And I'm not anti Aaron Rodgers. I'm just confused. I get it. If you're going to give it to him over Mahomes, because his team wasn't as good. You got a team that did not finish 13-4, but a team that finished 12-5. But to give it just seems strange to me. I know for some reason the MVP in the NFL usually comes down to the last 3 games, or the last 3 games before they stop playing that last game. I'm still kind of stunned by the fact that he won the MVP. Yeah. You guys got any questions for me? What do we got? Yeah, Jeremiah, I get what you're saying here. That doesn't matter. Brady puts guys in a position where they have a jailbreak. He hits guys in stride. I mean, he's I'm a huge Joe Montana fan. Tom Brady is the greatest quarterback the game's ever seen. I don't even think it's remotely close. Man, Boise, we're not going to become. So here's my rule. Like, when should we become Padres fans? I'm not leaving the A's until the A's leave me. That's my rule. Yeah, I'm not leaving the A's until they. So if they move, then yes, I will find a new team. But if they don't leave, I don't care how bad they are. I'm an A's fan. That's the way it goes. That's sort of my my rule. Let me see. Let's get into the Kings rotation, minutes breakdown, etc. From Pino. Fox 35, Davion Mitchell 28, Kevin Herter 30, Malik Monk 25, Harrison Barnes 32, 28 for Keegan Murray, 35 for Sabonis, 18 for Rashawn Holmes. There's your roster, your minutes breakdown. Yeah. Yeah, I do. Like, if I don't have to wait around until the A's actually relocate. If they throw away the stadium deal and it's over and they're going to leave, but they're stuck in a stadium for like 2 years, then I'm done. Like, that's like if they've already like signed the contract and they're leaving, going to Las Vegas. So that's kind of where I'm at. My least NBA favorite NBA city. You know, Boise, I haven't been to every NBA city. I have been to quite a few. Houston is kind of bleak. I love San Antonio. Like, I love the atmosphere inside the arena. I love that, like, you stay right on the river walk, and then the Alamo is like right outside the door, and you like walk over to the Alamo. To me, that's cool. New Orleans is kind of crazy. Like, it's time.
James, we got James Sam here with me on D-Lo and KC. It's your man, Kenny Caraway. James, I want you to follow up on some of the questions that you were asking or you were answering during the break. The least favorite NBA city. I want to hear what you got to say about that. But I just want to. I want to say, you know, I still see the people out there. They getting mad at me because, you know, Trey Lance might be good or the Niners might be good. You know, you got Polo saying 8-9 for the Niners incoming. John Poles talking about Trey Lance ain't having those stats. You know, Aldrin saying Lance will throw a bunch of picks. Okay. All right. I hear it all. Like I said, I heard all these same people saying the same things about the Niners last year. You know, Ramsey was talking about how sorry they were. John Bull would come in here talking about how sorry they were. 8-9 for the Niners. I heard it all. I'm just listening. I'm just listening, James, because they always say this, and it always actually makes me feel even more comfortable about the state of the Sacramento King, or excuse me, the San Francisco 49ers, when so many people are confident that they're going to be no good. Actually makes me feel better. Like, if everybody was like, yo, they're going to be dope, they're Super Bowl contenders, that would make me a little more nervous. But when the people come out and they talk about how sorry the Niners are going to be and how sorry Trey Lance is going to be, actually makes me feel better. I just sit back and I watch. I don't know what's going to happen. You know, Trey might not be good. You know, Niners might not be that good. I don't know. Could happen. I'm just watching. You know, I'm just watching, James.
I've got the Niners as like a top 5, top 6, top 7 team in the NFL. Like, I don't think that's outlandish. Like, to me, that seems like where they are as a team. They made it deep last year. They're in a good division, but they are in a division that has 1 or 2 teams that could fall off considerably. Yeah, I think they're going to be really good. They're going to be really good because they can run the ball, and they're going to be really good because they have an outstanding defense, and like just right there, that's enough to get you to like 10-7. Now, what can they perform on offense outside of running? And if they can have a quarterback that throws for 4,000 yards and 27 touchdowns, 28 touchdowns, and it's efficient, but not like, he can't throw 25 picks. If he throws 25 picks, it's going to be tough. But if you're looking at a guy who throws, 12 to 18 picks, I think that they're going to be one of the better teams in the NFL. That's not being crazy.
Hey, man, I don't like that, James. I need more people to say the Niners are going to stink. That's what I need. That's what I'm looking for. You know what I'm saying? I don't need nobody to tell me how good they are, defense, all this stuff. I don't want to hear it. Niners stink. Tell me that, and just leave it at that. That's all I want to know.
Yeah, see, I'm not a hot take guy. So, like, I look to dig into the analytics of it and, like watch a lot of film, whether it's basketball or whether it's football or baseball. And I like to like try to be fair and balanced about it, but I would be surprised if the 49ers weren't a very good playoff team this coming season. Does that mean they're going to win it all? I don't know. Like, that's a crapshoot once you get to game, 19, 20 in the season, whether you're still going. But I think this is going to be a really good team.
No, I'm just having some fun with all my people here, man. In the chatty box. We're having a good time, man. We just talking back and forth. That's what we do. During the break, you were answering some questions, and you came when I came in. You were talking about somebody had asked you your least favorite NBA city, and you're kind of breaking down that question and the fact that you said you haven't been to all NBA cities, huh?
No, I haven't been to all the NBA cities, but I mean, most of them I have a good time. I don't mind eating alone. Like, I don't mind getting into an NBA city and kind of searching out some spot and hanging out by myself for, a day or two. I love Portland. Portland's amazing. And Portland's cool because you can get hotels that all the restaurants are great. The food is great all around. And then you can just walk to the arena. I love San Antonio. Dallas is okay. The arena is not great. I'd say that Houston is like meh. You're kind of like in a big city. It's like an industrial area almost, like with a bunch of giant office buildings all around it. Not a lot of great food around the arena itself. I don't know. Like Utah, like I've talked about how the hotel is right next to the media door. That's spectacular. But also, like, there's some good restaurants right down the street. Like, you can walk down the street and find something. It's not open super late at night. And then there are like dry areas there where you're not allowed to get a drink. They don't sell drinks. But like someone asked about Phoenix. I think Phoenix is okay. Like, again, the arena is kind of funky. It's not great. I don't like that in Portland they pump in the music so loud, and then where we sit as media, it's right at speaker level and you can't hear yourself think. I like Madison Square Garden's amazing. I've been to, Toronto. The arena itself is okay. It's pretty cool, nothing spectacular. And then, of course, the Bay Area, I've been to both the old building and the new building. And the new building is really difficult to get around when you're inside the belly of it for media. But the arena itself, once you get inside, it's kind of cool. It's a little sterile, like Golden One can be. But still, I think Golden One just has more character as far as the way it's built, the giant windows, all that stuff.
Chase Center looks like a hotel lobby.
Yeah. And then if you're behind the scenes, again, it's like you need, like, someone needs to draw like stripe like roadmap on the ground. So keep following this white stripe all the way to the media like food area, and then the their locker rooms and stuff are nice. Yeah. I mean,
their media eating areas is pretty nice. It's really nice.
It is nice. And then they have really cool work areas. They have one for their local media, which is like a gigantic room, probably like 1,500 square feet. And then they have this nice little smaller area for visiting media. And both of them have coolers filled with IPAs, but you're not allowed to drink. They don't take the locks off until after the game. And then in Portland, they have a guy who comes out and he has a keg and he has bottles of wine, and they serve beer and wine after the game as well.
Oh man.
Some arenas are like that. Like the Staples Center has there's Bud Light after the game, I guess, if you wanted a Bud Light. But Staples Center's really cool. Like again, I'm not a Lakers fan at all, but like walking into Staples Center because of the lighting and the floor is like a yellowish tint, and then they really light it well, and then the fans are kind of in the dark, which is interesting. So it kind of fades away really quick.
The theater lighting, look, man, that's only reserved for the Garden. Okay. The Staples Centers, and that's how Philly tried to do it too. Vivek, Uncle V, if you're listening right now, don't ever do that at the Golden One Center. I want to be able to see the fans. I want to see them going crazy. You know what I'm saying? I want to see when the roof pops off the place. The theater lighting should only be at the Garden, and that's it. And I don't even know if they really do it at the Garden anymore, because it feels like you could see a little bit more in the Garden than you could in the mid 90s or something like that. I was very disappointed when the Lakers and the Sixers, and I think somebody else tried to do it too. It was like, stop, no.
I think Golden One could use a little softer tone as far as the lighting, because that adds to kind of this sterile feel. It feels like it's a really bright blue light. So, to me, it doesn't feel warm, and that's where some of these arenas, they have this really cool warmth to them. Again, like Utah, the other thing about Utah, they have a giant banner hanging from the rafters that said anti racial comments, because they've had so many problems with people making racial comments. They have a giant banner telling you not to say racial slurs and stuff.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, which is kind of strange, but it is what it is. They've had quite a few issues with players complaining about things that fans said.
Yeah. Hey, let me handle some business real quick, because we didn't handle the business before. First of all, you're listening to ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, an Odyssey station, and driven by Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge. And I want to remind you guys that the countdown is on for Uriah Faber's A1 Combat number 5 at Hard Rock Live on Saturday, September 3rd. It's 14 bouts of live MMA action in the cage. And we're helping you get there. We're giving away one pair of tickets each day, Monday to Friday. All right. So if you call in, the third caller, 916-349-1320, they can get a pair of tickets to go see that Uriah Faber's A1 Combat number 5 at Hard Rock Live on Saturday, September 3rd. And we got a grand prize where the winner gets a signed pair of A1 Combat gloves, and we'll draw the winner after the show on Friday. So you can call right now, be the third caller at 916-349-1320, and you can go check out Uriah Faber's A1 Combat number 5, man. That was choppy. That was bad. I like to test myself and grade myself or whatever the case may be. It just is what it is. That whole read, throw it out the window. After we get the third caller, throw that read out the window forever, Jesse. You got that? That was trash.
Be hard on yourself.
Jesse's done with me at this point.
Oh, that's funny. Yeah.
But yeah, so back to some NBA talk that I wanted to ask you. Did you hear what Giannis said the other day about playing for the Chicago Bulls?
Yeah. I mean, look, I think players get asked questions.
Real quick, before you talk about it, let me play it for the people who didn't hear. Here was
okay.
Giannis.
My bad.
I don't know what was going on. I don't know what press conference, what was going on, but Giannis was asked the question, I guess, about playing for the Bulls. And here's what he had to say.
I think anybody who asks that question that plays basketball, if he said no, he'd be a liar. It's a team that won multiple championships. It's a team that one of the greatest players, if not the greatest player to ever play this game, played for. So it's a no-brainer. Everybody would love to play for Chicago. Down the line, you never know. You never know how life brings it. Maybe I play for Chicago, but right now I'm committed to Milwaukee.
I like Giannis. I know what he meant. I think he was being very nice and very complimentary of Chicago. I wish you wouldn't have said that.
It's hard because players get asked questions. And then if they avoid it, then it becomes a story. If they don't avoid it, it becomes a story. And I think that there should be, like, that just doesn't seem like a question that should be asked.
That like, part too, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure where you're going with that question. Like, what story are you writing? Or are you just looking to get a really crazy quote that could look really strange? I do know that, like, hanging out with Paul Westphal, when Paul Westphal got a question he didn't like or wasn't going to answer, usually pertaining to DeMarcus Cousins, that's just like, like being honest with you, it's usually pertaining to DeMarcus. He would say, I'm not going to say no comment, because no comment is a comment. I'm just literally not going to answer your question or go there at all. And so it's really hard, because that is a guy who was a player, who was a coach multiple times, who is in his 60s, who is a seasoned guy that could answer the question. Like, some of these guys, they believe that, like, I don't know where he was, but I'm going to assume it was some tune-up, and he was playing for Team Greece or something, and that's where...
What's that? He was in a suit. I don't know what he was doing answering those questions.
Yeah, I'm not sure where it's at, but I think a lot of players too, they sometimes forget that it doesn't matter where you are. If a TMZ dude yells at you when you're walking down the street, like, you got to know that it's always recorded. And so, yeah, it's tough, because I think he answered it like a pro, but even his answering like a pro still leaves, like, some area for like discussion, and that's not good. I don't think that's what he intended.
No, not at all. But it would be, to me, it would be the equivalent of, and there really is no equivalent here in Sacramento, because Giannis is a two-time MVP and brought that city a championship, right? So we don't have the equivalent of that. But it was like, if we'll just say De'Aaron Fox. Like, can you imagine De'Aaron Fox, somebody asking him about the Warriors? Because you talk about the proximity as well, like Milwaukee to Chicago. They probably have a Sacramento to Bay Area type inferiority complex to them already, right? Mm-hmm. Somebody was like, De'Aaron, what do you think about playing with the Warriors? It's like, oh, it's a great franchise. You got Steph Curry there, legend. Anybody would want to play for the Warriors. Like, yeah, the Warriors are great. Like, maybe one day I'll play for the Warriors. Right now, I'm focused on the Kings. The people go crazy.
Yeah, that's tough. Like, you got to know when to say when. But I'll say this: like, the question will probably be asked in the next couple of years of Domantas Sabonis. He's under contract the next 2 years in Sacramento, but he's a guy who lives in LA during the off season, who his wife and all of her family is in LA. If, say, the Los Angeles Lakers, who only have like AD and LeBron James on the books for 2 years from now, and I don't even know if AD's on the books 2 years from now, but like, if he starts getting asked that question, like, that's a tough thing to say. Like, would you want to be in that area? Yeah, he probably would. He'd probably love to be near his wife's family and where where they make their home. So I completely understand. I understand Giannis. I can understand if Sabonis were to say it. I understand what De'Aaron is saying if he would ever say that, right? I would have just said, you know what? Hey, it's a storied franchise, great city or whatever the case may be. But
I ain't worried about that, man. I'm worried about the Bucks right now. That's it.
Yeah, yeah.
Just leave it at that. But Giannis is so honest. You get that type of stuff from Giannis, right? Like he's from another culture, no Mike Tyson, right? But like
he's a little naive.
Yeah, a little bit.
Like when he's being asked that question, he doesn't understand that that's where it's going to go.
Right.
And that's just, again, even if you look at like his rise and how incredible he's been, the fact that, he's been so successful there, he's still in a super, super small market without a bunch of media. There's not a bunch of media covering that team. There never has been. Mm-hmm. And so like when he's not used to having all of that media, except for when he goes to to the All-Star game, or he goes, and those things are very controlled.
Right.
And usually when you're at the All-Star game, just so you know, like they have media availability, and there's so many people at media availability, and 80% of the questions are the stupidest questions you've ever heard in your entire life. And they have nothing to do with basketball. They're like, if you were a Smoothie King smoothie, what flavor would you be? So you got a bunch of like non-NBA reporters that are there that are asking like weird local television questions, and it really does spin out very quickly. Yeah. And so anyway, like that's it. He's in a situation that maybe he hasn't been in all too often. Even like the NBA finals, you're in a gigantic scrum. Like they have 4 podiums set up, one in each corner of the court. They bring out players 4 at a time in intervals, and the media goes and surrounds like each player and that you want. And it's like a big scrum that people are pushing and trying to get their mics up to the podium, and everyone's trying to jump in and ask a question. It's not a standard situation where, again, he's sitting at a podium like in a giant room. Like the Warriors are one of the few teams that does stuff like that, where every player, although we've seen it more recently with the Zoom, the way that it's everything is on Zoom is different now. So unless it changes back, or it's more of a scrum setting in a locker room.
Yeah, I love Giannis, man. Giannis didn't mean nothing by it. He's A-okay. So I just heard that, and I saw Bulls fans obviously were going crazy over that one, and starting to start to print their Giannis 34 Chicago Bulls jersey. I think they need to hold on with that. Another thing that came about that was pretty interesting is I saw Carmelo Anthony is going to produce his own 4-part documentary on his life and his career. And I like Carmelo. Carmelo's, that's my guy. 4-part seems a little excessive. I mean, we may be able to get that in 2, maybe, maybe even 1 if depending on what you're talking about. That seems a little excessive. Manti Teo, I saw that he has a documentary out on Netflix, and talking about that crazy situation. You remember that story with
Manti? Yeah, I remember that story.
Getting catfish and all that other stuff. That was
the bummer about Netflix documentaries like that is you get 3 episodes in, and every single time it's very formulaic. They go to, and this is what the crazy people on the internet did to like research this, or like the sleuths, and you're like, oh no, where's this going? It's always the same though, and then they bring it back around. So that documentary series, that story is probably like a 35 or 40 minute story that they're going to stretch out into 6 episodes, and one of those episodes will be about like weird internet people, and that's just kind of the way it goes. But I don't think I need to watch Carmelo Anthony.
Stop it, James.
No, I don't.
Stop it.
Yeah.
Carmelo from the streets of B-More, giving Syracuse their only national champ. Well, their latest one. Did they win one before Carmelo? Or was that the first one in school history? I think it was the first one.
I don't think that's the first one. They didn't win one with John Wallace or Derek Coleman or like
Washington. I don't think he got one. I think that was the first one in school history. Come on,
Dante Green didn't get one.
As a freshman, no, Carmelo deserves that. I'm watching the Carmelo doc. But the Manti Teo thing reminded me, what's the craziest sports story that comes to mind for you? Just like, what in the world is it?
That's a big one, man. That's a big one. You know what? I'll say that I think probably the Bison Dele Brian Williams story where his brother kills him and throws him overboard, and they really don't know all that happened, but then his brother overdoses and goes into a coma and dies. Like, that might be the biggest, like, crazy mystery story of all time. Yeah, I mean, Scott Frazier here and that.
Yeah, you and Scott Frazier, you guys are just going straight dark.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, he brings up Ray Caruth, and that's such a horrible story.
You guys gonna bring up Jason Williams next? The rebounding Jason Williams?
Oh, yeah. I mean, that was just playing with a shotgun, and oops.
Yeah. I'm being a little more fun loving.
Wait, Boise brings up the Gilbert Arenas.
That was nuts. That was nuts.
Yeah, because I talked to what's his name? Karan Butler about that. Like, that whole story was crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, that story was wild. And then Crittenden goes on to kill someone later.
Yeah, Crittenden was.
Yeah, he ends up in prison. Yeah. Oh yeah. See, the Aaron Hernandez. So you started this, man.
This was supposed to be like a fun-loving conversation, and everybody is going dark on me. Here's mine. Here's what I was about to say. Mike Tyson biting Holyfield's ear off. That's nuts. The man bit his ear off.
Yeah, I mean, that's crazy. Yeah, that's crazy. No, but I would have taken it dark too. That's exactly where I would have gone.
Look, hold that thought. We got Sean Cunningham coming up on the other side of there. We go again. Damien will be upset at me on the other side of this break. We're gonna ask Sean the same thing. And I guess I'm the only one that's not going to go dark on this one. I'm thinking Manti Teo and Mike Tyson, and everybody else is thinking just the darkest stories you could think of. It's crazy. So we'll get into all that. It's Kitty Caraway. This is James Ham, D-Lo, and Casey right here on ESPN 1320.
Yeah, I covered.
Oh my gosh, good kid, Dad City.
Yeah, you're seeing some crazy stuff show up now. I mean, I covered Tyler Honeycutt as a player. To have him like that whole situation, that was wild. Plaxico Burress at a nightclub where I think the biggest thing for me with that story was always one specific thing. Who goes into a New York City nightclub wearing sweatpants? That always stuck to me. Like, dude, you asked for it. Like, you're gonna go in there wearing sweatpants? Come on.
With a gun. Come on, man.
Well, with a gun, but you're gonna go into a nice New York City nightclub wearing sweatpants?
Well, look, I don't brandish a gun, so I don't know how that goes. But I would just think, and this is also in the era of baggy sweats. I would think if I had a gun on my hip, I wouldn't have I'll take it this way. If I felt I had to have a gun, I wouldn't be wearing sweats in these size 42 sweats that could fall off my waist at any time. I've got the gun is holding it up, or the sweatpants is holding the gun up. So that's what we're doing.
Yeah, there's some layers to that mess.
I'm wearing jeans.
You're wearing something. I mean, you're going out to a nightclub. You want to look nice. I don't know. Well, yeah. Someone brought up OJ, and it's not even close. They're right. That's that's the most covered story of all time. I'll tell you,
now. Go ahead.
I had my girlfriend at the time of the OJ trial. She was like, "Oh, OJ gonna go to prison forever," and I was like, "No, he's gonna get off." And I actually bet $2 that he would get off, and won $2. And then she gave me a bag of pennies with 200 pennies in it because she was pissed. And I'm like, look, it's not that I don't think he did it. I think he did it. But I don't think he was going to be found guilty. So I think I won $10 from a guy at work too. That's pretty horrible. That's when you know you're gambling too much, when you're betting on the outcome of O.J. Simpson trial.
Yeah, see, man, I'm sitting up here thinking, Manti Teo.
Local kid, Dante Stallworth, running, killing a man, walking on the side of the freeway.
Stephon Marbury eating Vaseline and singing Beyonce. That was wild. Jordan Meeks.
Oh.
I'm not even mentioning it. I'm not. Good kid.
Okay.
He tried to I'm not mentioning it.
Okay, so the craziest story that...
I'm like WWE out here. He just don't exist.
This crazy story that Paul Westphal told me when he was with the Phoenix Suns, they traded Larry Nance for... it'll come to me. For a guy that was... from the Knicks. Anyway, the guy tried to pay somebody to kill his pregnant girlfriend in Seattle, and paid $5,000, and the guy chickened out, didn't do it. So this guy's cousin, Jared Mustaf, that's who it is. This guy's cousin got on a plane from like Alabama, flew to Seattle, killed the woman, and flew back home.
God.
And so on the end of the Suns bench, they had a guy who they just signed to a new 4-year contract, and they could not get rid of him because he was never arrested. So they had to bring him everywhere as literally someone who had someone killed. And he kept saying, I didn't do it, but he did it on his own. But they couldn't do anything about it.
Wow.
And so finally, like a year and a half in, they finally waived him and paid out the remaining money. And then the guy lost a wrongful death suit against the girl's family and paid like $2.8 million.
Goodness gracious.
The kicker was he went on to work in the league office.
Come on, man.
Yeah. He's a CEO of a company somewhere. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so these stories didn't go the way that I thought they were going to go. These are some of the craziest stories in life, let alone in sports. I asked James before we went to commercial break, what's the craziest sports story that you could think of? And the chat got involved, and they just, man, some of these stories are crazy. James just talked a crazy one just now that's just nuts. Just nuts. Damn.
Yeah, there's all kinds of crazy stories. I mean,
you mentioned the one that you told us last week that you sent the story about.
I can't remember which one.
The baseball player, Mel Harris or something.
Oh my God, Mel Hall. Oh my gosh. Any of you out there, just type in Mel Hall Yankees, and it's like the second thing that comes up. An SB Nation reporter did a story on the former Cleveland Indians, New York Yankee, and San Francisco Giants outfielder. It is the craziest story that, like, I don't even know how to describe it. Like, a baseball player looks up into the stands, and there's a family there with, like, a 14 or 15-year-old girl, and like 6 months later, he's living in their home. He's kicked the parents out of the master bedroom. He's living, a 30-something-year-old man is living in the parents' master bedroom with their like 14 or 15-year-old daughter. It is the craziest story. It's wild. And yeah. And on that note, our friend Sean Cunningham's here.
Sean Cunningham of Fox 40. And I mean, just a goat here in Sacramento. It is what it is, man. Sean, what's going on, man?
Nothing much. Can you guys hear me all right?
We hear you perfect, man. That's a nice microphone. Nice. What you got the? Did you do like hustle and flow and put the McDonald's cup holders on the wall in there? It's just perfect. It's perfect sound in there.
Is it? No, man. I don't know. I know we've added a few. Me and my roommate in this apartment, we've added some decorations. So yeah, in the Zoom background, it kind of looks the same. But yeah, man, it's been fun.
Yeah,
How are you guys doing?
Kenny, this is what happens when James buys your microphone set up for you.
Yeah, dude. I almost needed him to come and like calibrate everything, and in COVID times it was like frowned upon. So James walked me through it, and he set me up, man. He owns 2 boats. Do you know that?
Come on, man. I'm talking about James Ham, man. Come on. I'm still trying to be his agent and get him a show on either HGTV or DIY Network. Either one of those.
DIY, yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to make that happen, and I'm gonna need 10% once it does happen because I've been talking about it. So it is what it is.
The dude had this moment just like last podcast or the one before that, where all of a sudden he's just looking at his bar, and I don't know how the hell it came up, but he's just like, I'm gonna take this cabinet and turn it down. Like, we're looking at him like, what is he talking about?
No, it's a
and
doorway.
He just went on it. There he goes.
Yeah, I feel like I heard that. It was on the show, wasn't it? Like I heard him.
Yeah, I'm gonna convert. Like I've already demoed the doorway. I'm gonna tighten up the doorway, and then I'm gonna build 3 bookshelves on the outside that fold open, and my bar will be a secret speakeasy bar in my house, and I'll soundproof the room by doing it.
Prohibition Ham coming through.
It's science.
Speakeasy. There you go, man. This guy's got it. He's got it all taken care of, man. I want to be like Ham when I grow up. Ham and Damian Barnwell. That's what I want to be when I grow up, man. So.
Oh, Damian's living the life right now.
You see him. You see him out there. It just is what it is, man. I'm just trying to catch up. That's what I'm trying to do. Sean,
I'm just a kid from Sac. I'm just gonna be out here, just catch me in these streets out here, just slumming it.
You walked in on a conversation that we were talking about Manti Teo and the documentary that came out. I can't speak to that. I don't know what the hell was going on with me, but neither here nor there. The documentary that came out on Manti Teo, and then we talked about the catfish situation and that whole ordeal that went crazy when it happened. And we're like, well, what's the craziest sports story that you could think of? Me, innocent Kenny Caraway, I was like, craziest sports story might be Mike Tyson biting off Evander Holyfield's ear. Oh, that was so crazy. Everybody else come with Ray Caruth. They've come with OJ. They've come with what was the first one that they talked about? They talk just people, terrible human beings in sports.
Some murder and mayhem. I imagine Aaron Hernandez was
all
in
of
that
it.
mix.
Yeah. Oh, Aaron Hernandez. I told the story that Westfall told me about Jared Mustaf. I think that was his name. The guy on the Phoenix Suns that when he was a coach there that paid someone to kill his girlfriend, and then that guy chickened out, and then his own cousin flew up, killed a girl, and then flew home, and then he sat there on the bench as like a guy who literally was part of a murder for hire. Just a weird situation, like crazy.
I know a good one. Robert Swift for the NBA, guy from Bakersfield, ended up in Seattle, was a draft pick up there. Just tons of trouble, drugs, ended up with a bunch of guns at his house. I mean, just crazy story. And then I forget the writer's name who did it on SI. He's a great writer. I can't remember who it was, so forgive me. But it ended up, up in Roseville running pickup games.
I was about to say, Robert Swift got Sacramento ties.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's a little bit of a story of redemption after what he's been through and just kind of finding a peace in his life. So that was really cool. I mean, Royce White is a crazy story, just all over things that he's done. I think, honestly, just to kind of keep it uplifting, I think the most crazy story in sports that I can just recall, aside from like, if you remember Kenny, I think you and I are about the same age, and everything Dennis Rodman did was just unbelievable, right? Especially during the finals. But the one that comes to mind for me is a story I saw in Real Sports, and it involved the gymnast Dominique Moceanu and her sister, and how they were separate. They grew up different lives, didn't know the parents, all this stuff, and then she grows up idolizing her which is her sister, and has no idea that they're related. And I think it was Bernard Goldberg who did the story. And also that sister who aspires to be like Dominique Moceanu, who is her sister, has no arms and no legs, and she wants to be a gymnast. And it's an unbelievable, uplifting story if you guys can see it.
That's crazy. That's nuts.
See, Sean took it a positive way.
There you go.
He did. I mean, that is not what everybody else is doing out here, Sean. You're a one-man wolf pack in that respect.
There you go.
Appreciate that.
Dr. David brings up one that is crazy. It's like when I think about these things, I think about like if I had a show at that particular time, like that's all we would talk about, right? Tyson biting Holyfield's ear is one of them. Like we would have spent the whole week on that. That's nuts. But Doctor, I forgot about this. This is sad, scary, all this. Remember Monica Seles getting stabbed on the court?
Yeah, that was wild.
That was
yeah.
terrible.
And then the Tanya Harding too. The Tanya Harding, Jeff Galooly, was that his name? She had her take out Nancy Kerrigan.
Yeah.
Why? Sorry, I can't. That's terrible.
Sean.
Seles, though, wow, it's getting stabbed on the court. That was Jesus. I can't even imagine that. The other one that somebody else mentioned, that just, you want to talk about think pieces and just, we're talking about, I said a whole week, we're probably talking about this for a month. Latrell Sprewell. Can you imagine if that happened today?
Yes. Yes, I can.
I'm going to, did you guys, you guys don't have to say nothing if you don't want to say nothing. You guys ever been like, yo, is this about to be a Sprewell situation? You guys ever been in practices or anything like that?
Oh, yeah.
Not really. No.
I've been there.
No names, but just like,
I mean, I know the names that people are going to think of, and it's not. I don't think anything has ever gotten to the escalation of a player going after a coach, just at all. I don't.
Kings
really
wise,
don't
no.
That's what I mean. Yeah, from a Kings perspective, even a Warriors perspective, I haven't seen. I mean, granted, obviously, Latrell Sprewell was PJ Carlesmo with the Warriors, but like I've never seen any anger like that directed at a coach where I thought things were going to happen. I just never. No, I saw it in high school one time, but and that was very small too. But nothing on that level.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
The Gilbert Arenas gun situation. Yeah, that's
good call.
Yeah, Gilbert.
You remember we had those conversations with Tough Juice,
Strawman, Caron Butler.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Caron Butler's he's
a great storyteller.
He is, and he wrote a book called Tough Juice. If you get a chance to read it, it's fantastic. And his upbringing in Racine, and oh my gosh, man, those were great stories. And I'm trying to remember who was the guy who actually ended up killing somebody.
Jarvis Crittenden.
Javaris Crittenden. Yeah, good memory. I'm lost on that one. Incredible stories.
I used to work at the gym I used to work at when I was in LA, this basketball facility. You know, everybody would come through there. And I can't remember if it was before or after the gun situation. But Crittenden would come in there often to work out. Like he'd come in there, and I was working like the front desk, so they had to check in. Man, like it's great. Like he come, hey, what's up? How you doing? Little did I know who he was and like what he was capable of. That's crazy. That's a trip looking back on him. But
local tie right there. That's a good one, Joe. Ontario Smith and the Wizinator. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a tough one. I love the when Gilbert Arenas came back after the suspension and he gets player introduced and he's doing the shooting the guns and like total petty, but go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say Gilbert Arenas to this day. If you follow him on Instagram, podcast or whatever, he don't mince no words. He does not mince any words.
He is an endless source of amusement to me. I've always found him thoroughly entertaining, and I kind of like to consider myself a petty individual, and he is like Tom Petty. Like this guy is the poster child for petty. So I kind of enjoy it, but you know, it's all in fun. It's entertainment, and he got slapped on the wrist and suspended, and as he probably should have, obviously. But boy, he tried to make it fun. He was a fun player.
Yeah.
I wasn't really a big Gilbert fan. I mean, I saw what he did. I saw what he would do on the court, but I never really liked Gilbert Arenas.
He didn't last long.
He's an internet troll in real life, but who just had incredible game.
Nah, he was a bucket, as they like to say. He was a bucket. Sean Cunningham, Fox 40's Sean Cunningham. An interesting note. My school, everybody talks about, like, I'd say, you know, my junior high, elementary school, I went to a private school and all this other stuff. Right behind Fox 40. I don't think it's a school anymore, but yeah, right behind Fox 40. I would see that all the time over there off of Fruit Ridge. So,
you know, there is. I'm getting reacquainted with the area. You know, I kind of spent a lot of time in Elk Grove and all over Sacramento. But, like, quick backstory. I remember when I was working in radio, and you always had to have one of those side jobs. Especially, you know, Kenny, you probably won't have to relate to this, hopefully, but I always had to have a side job.
I do.
Like, because radio is such a fickle business, man. You can get let go for any reason. I'm watching people around me just getting gone left and right. Like, hey, what happened to Joe? Joe got fired. Oh, okay. What did he do? Oh, just didn't like him anymore. I don't know. So you always had to have like one of those jobs, like a job, like a 9 to 5, whatever it was, to just work around the radio. So when I was in radio, I had a side job of working with Blockbuster. That's how old I am. And so I remember having to, work at a bunch of different Blockbuster stores within the South Sac and Elk Grove region. I was kind of like a corporate worker. I was training DirecTV, and we were doing management and training. And they go, hey, we're going to send you to the Stockton and Fruit Ridge store. And I was like, okay. And I was like, it's a little bit far away, but they were going to up the pay and all that. They're like, yeah, we're going to close that in like 5 months, but you can't tell anyone. And I'm like, what? I was like, what? And so it's right next to where Fox 40 is, and it was going to become like a Washington Mutual Bank or something like that, and that's not even there anymore. I think it's. I drove by it the other day.
Wow.
Yeah.
What was the cross streets again? When you say Fruit Ridge and
Stockton and Fruit Ridge, man. Stockton and Fruit Ridge.
Stockton and Fruit Ridge. Yeah.
So it's just like a hop, skip, and a jump down from where Fox 40 is currently located. So yeah, man, just kind of getting they've got a bunch of new stuff going up over there, and it's you can kind of see them trying to fix up the neighborhood or gentrify it, if you want to call it a different something else. I mean, it can be a rough neighborhood, but it's also a lot of character and a lot of really great businesses over there. So
you ever go to JJ's?
Say again?
You ever go to JJ's?
Oh yeah, the fish and chips, or the fish and right down the street. It's
tell
fantastic.
people about JJ's. They be slipping.
Yeah.
They be sleeping on JJ's. Love me some JJ's. You like fish, James?
Do I like fish?
Yeah.
Yeah, I like fish and chips. And I've got like my aunt and uncle own Heights. Well, my uncle just passed last year, but they own Heights Dairy, which is right down on Fruit Ridge. There's a gas station there. It's like an Exxon now. It's nice. It's big. And it's old Heights Dairy. And if you ever got barbecue right there on Fruit Ridge, that was my cousin's shop right there. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. So I know that area. I don't like driving down there.
James is in the streets.
Yeah. It's not totally fish and chips. Like, it's more like fried fish. Like, it's great catfish. So you have great food over there. But I didn't want to like show it like it being like this pub, like an English style pub.
No, it's not that. No.
It's not that.
Not at all.
It's funny. People get angry with Sean and I when we start the podcast like this. They complain about me and Brendan and Sean just hanging out and talking about weird stuff and random stuff and kind of letting people know who we are a little bit more.
Yeah, and Sean is like, I don't care.
Yeah.
I told him on the last episode.
I don't care.
IDGAF. I mean, my goodness, what do we have to like? It's August, for crying out loud. We talk enough Kings. Our last podcast went an hour and a half. Why? It's August. What's going on?
Because we talked about a bunch of nonsense. That's why. But I get it. I get it. Sean, the schedule came out today, man. Is there anything that stood out? I know you broke news the other day about opening night and stuff like that, but is there anything that stood out to you, or is it just like the standard King schedule?
I guess it's pretty standard. I mean, it seems like whether they were opening against Portland, it seems like they're always getting Portland in the first couple of games. It's kind of strange to face the Warriors 3 times before Thanksgiving. I think you're done at Chase Center in the first few weeks of the season.
Right.
And then just to get them at the end, like that could probably be a disappointing fan appreciation night. I mean, hopefully, I think they would look at it as a win, but that could be a game where the Warriors kind of rest some players if things go right for them. So no, that February is crazy. Like, you only have 2 home games, or what was it, 3 home games against 2 opponents. Kind of an interesting dynamic with just the rest of the schedule and the way it shapes out around the All-Star break and certainly the trade deadline there. But I like that they're kind of home for the holidays. I mean, selfishly, that's a good time for me. It's around my birthday. It's Christmas time, and they don't hit the road again until I think they're in Memphis on New Year's Day. Yeah, I mean, I don't like to make early excuses. I mean, they obviously have I think the back-to-backs are pretty manageable. There's quite a bit of them. I think there's like 15.
Yeah,
15. If I remember. And yeah, I mean, looking at them, it's a schedule. I I feel like there's a stretch where they're almost for like 3 straight weeks playing like back to back, or not back to back, but every other day. I kind of like that dynamic a little bit, particularly when you're playing at home. And we've talked about this, guys, over the past few years. It's like, for as great as Golden One Center is, and the crowds have been there, like, it doesn't quite have the home cooking you'd want it to have, like in terms of wins and losses. Like, it doesn't have that home field advantage yet, or home court in this case. And so hopefully this is a year where they can really take advantage of that. I mean, James, we would hear Alvin Gentry harp on that so much, like, God, we're losing so many games at home. You got to be able to protect home court, and this team just doesn't. So for whatever reason, they seem to play a little bit better on the road at times, especially in the past 2 years. It was kind of in their makeup, and I kind of hope with all the changes they've made, hopefully they found a way to really be a competitive club at home.
Yeah, I think to me, that's always first when you're trying to change a culture, change things around. Take care of the home court, take care of the home field, all this other stuff, right? Like, winning on the road, you obviously want to get to the point where you're able to do that on a consistent basis. But you can't do anything if you can't win at home. And I think that was a lot of the frustration, or part of the frustration, that Alvin Gentry had last year, where he was like, look, we're still trying to do something. Because I believe Alvin, regardless of how crazy the situation was, he was trying to win games. He was trying to turn things around best he could while he was there. And he was like, look, we can't do anything if we can't win at home. And that's why he would always harp on that, in my opinion. It's like, that's first and foremost. Take care of home first. You take care of that, then we start getting ambitious about other things. But they couldn't even get out the starting blocks because they couldn't be consistent at home and be a team that would turn Golden One Center into a place where, at the very least, teams knew you come into Golden One, it's going to be a night. You got to be ready to play. They couldn't even get to that point, and that was frustrating to see as a fan's point. But I'm sure it was frustrating for somebody like Alvin Gentry and everybody else in the organization.
Yeah, and when you look at, to that point, Kenny, I was trying to bring up the schedule here in front of me. I couldn't do it, but if I remember correctly, when you go through preseason, and then you have, I don't think you leave the state of California until like end of October, right? Like, you tip off when you tip off. It seems like home field, you're gonna, like, we always talk about how imperative it is, but you really have to strike early. You're getting some good teams that come in here, but you're not hitting the road until, you don't leave the state of California until right before November, I think. So this is,
I think 31st or Halloween is like the first road game outside of California, I think.
Yeah, Charlotte.
Man.
Yeah.
So, like, if you look at that, because they hit the road, they go to Oakland, or they go to San Francisco. But again, that's a one-off. And then you're coming back, and I think it's like Memphis and James, like, if you've got it in front of you.
Yeah, like they go Charlotte, Miami, Orlando, Golden State again, all on the road after to open November. So, yeah, Charlotte. But you're right, Memphis, Miami at home.
Miami.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So you got a nice. Look, it's upper echelon. Upper echelon opponents, but you've got some time off before those games, and you're in your home state, you're at your home city. Like, you should hopefully be able to take advantage of some of these teams, especially early. So we always talk about how much that early start, bodes well for a team that's going to be trying to contend for a lower end playoff spot or even a play-in spot. Like, these are those games.
Sean, when you look at the road trip in December, with Milwaukee, Cleveland, Knicks, Philadelphia, Toronto on a back-to-back, and finishing with Detroit. Like, does it feel like there's always one of those in the Kings schedule where you're looking at it and you're like, 1-5, 2-4, if you're lucky, 3-3 somehow, but there's always the possibility for a disaster.
Yeah, and that's a good one to look at. I think right even before the All-Star break, before they come home for that in February, those are those two stretches right there where you're looking at what potentially could be. But I feel like, especially if you take care of home court so early on, like, hopefully that won't matter as much. Mm-hmm. And I think it comes at a good time, because, like, I always feel like we would see stretches of this happen more often in, like, January, and you get through the holidays and you come back, and sometimes there could be a little bit of a lethargic start or whatever, because for whatever reason, I think for the past 4 or 5 years, like, the Kings have had pretty much been home for like around the holiday time. So maybe you're getting it at the right time. It's before the holidays, you're after a good stretch where you've been at home. I think it could come at a pretty good time for them. And then you're home for the holidays, and then let's see what happens in January. But just, a lot of times you have family come in for a lot of these players, and they see more family than they do in different parts of the season. So I don't know, man. Hopefully it works well for their favor, but that's certainly one you can identify as that could be a tough skid.
I'm hoping that stand right there, that road trip right there, is where they they've kind of announced to us that cover the team, the fan base, maybe even the rest of the NBA, that we've arrived a little bit. We're different. In the past, like James said, we would look at that like, oof, man, probably 1-5, 2-4. Hopefully, like if you're super lucky, 3-3, whatever. I'd like to see them go into that road trip and say, no, we're looking at this as 3-3 minimum. We're here. Like we're here.
Yeah.
We're here to play. This isn't a situation where before we even go on the road trip, we're feeling like we done lost 4 games. I want to see them say, no, we're here. We're here to play.
You start December, it's 8 of 9 on the road. But Kenny, that's a great point, because at that point you're 20 games under your belt. Mm-hmm. And I think you're onto something there. I think that time you have a sample size to know what you're going to be, like what you're going to be this season, and what better way to show the league, like you said, come out, and that's going to be a crucial road trip. All these guys will say, oh, we just take it one game at a time, and they're lying to you when they say, look, they do take it one game at a time, but so a lot of the smarter players tend to look at the season in 10 game increments, and they break it up that way. You got to have the day-to-day mindset, but you can see what you are after 10 games and try and get a read and try to maneuver things. Certainly the organization will and coaching staff will when they're looking at rotations and minutes, and they'll take 10-game increments to see if this rotation's working, if this guy's working with better minutes than maybe what they anticipated in training camp, things of that nature. So I think players do it as well, and I think that's a hardy stretch, especially with 20 games under your belt.
Yeah, Sean, you mentioned, like, with this team in particular, you got a new head coach. Most of your coaching staff has turned over, except for Doug and Lindsay. Your training staff, your medical staff, like, we can keep going about all the turnover. On top of that, you're talking about a major rotational swap out. The Kings have had so many players, and some of the players that were playing major minutes last year won't play at all this year if they are still there. We're almost at the 2-year mark of Monty McNair, and in that 2 years, there's only 3 players left from Vlade Divac's roster, and De'Aaron Fox, Rashawn Holmes, and Harrison Barnes. Is 10, 15, 20 games, is that still on the table with this team? I think you have to have some sort of marker where you understand who and what the team is. But we are talking about, like, extreme change.
Yeah, what do you 10, 20 games? Or you said 20, 25 games to what? To
figure out... you know who they are. Because I think I'm of the same opinion you are. Like, we always get to a point, it's like, okay, we know who they are. Like, they're not that good, and we know it, and they're a team that's going to lose games that we think they should win, and win games that you probably think they should lose, and then, surprise you every once in a while, but really not. They'll surprise you by being bad. Like, there's always that moment in a Kings season, since we've covered it for so long, where you go, okay, yeah, we know who they are. But you think this year specifically, it might be a little bit longer than normal just because of all the change?
Yeah, maybe. I think it also, you got to factor health into there. So if everything stays healthy and you have a 25-game sample size, sure. And you even at that point, you still have a month and a half before the trade deadline. So I would say yes, but you look at when they made the move last year, and I told everyone, you make a franchise-altering move like that, playoffs be damned. Like, you're not judging it for this season and making this playoff run. You're looking ahead to this year. So This is the year. Now that you've added the shooting around someone like Sabonis and Fox, this is the year to kind of see how this thing looks like. And I think you will give it maybe more than 25 games, but if everyone's healthy, hopefully you'll know by 25 games. Hopefully you'll have a true sample size, because again, you can go a 10 or 15 game stretch. Maybe they're not. Maybe maybe at that point, let's see if they really start tinkering and they say, well, maybe they're starting Kevin Huerter and he's doing fine, but maybe they want to shake it up and maybe start him and Malik Monk together. Who knows? Something like that, and try to, starting really doesn't matter, but if you get the bulk rotational minutes with the two of them on the floor, maybe you want to see something more like that. Maybe at that point, if you haven't moved Rashawn Holmes and you're playing him and Sabonis together to a certain degree, maybe you have a strong enough sample size there to say this either works or doesn't work. So I think those are all on the table, and I think those are the types of decisions that they'll make. And hopefully, look, even just objectively speaking, I want to cover a winning basketball team here in Sacramento. I think we all do. I think we want to make we want to be able to cover a relevant team. I don't want to get to April 9th and be like, well, we're hopping on Warriors duty again for the next several months. So, and as we get ready for the draft again. So there is a rooting interest in that regard for just this team to be relevant. But I think they have some pieces that they could be. They'll be in that conversation. It's like, what could it look like versus what do I expect? I mean, I still don't think this is a finished product yet. I think there's still a lot of offseason left. I mean, there's things that can happen. Certainly Brooklyn kind of holds a lot of the cards in that regard, but there could be a move or two that are made before training camp. And even if not, like, let's see what this training camp looks like. Let's see what Mike Brown believes in his rotations. And I always, I sound like the Debbie Downer always, because when you get a first-time head coach, first time to your squad, that usually doesn't bode well to success right away. So there's usually a honeymoon period there. So, going from Luke Walton to Alvin Gentry and now to Mike Brown, like there could be some could be a little bit of a honeymoon period there.
Sean Cunningham, Fox 40, and of the Kings Beat. And Sean, I agree with you 100%. Offseason is still there. There is still time to make some moves. That's why you probably agree with me when I say they need to go ahead and just sign Carmelo. Stop playing.
Sign Carmelo. Well, that wouldn't help the defensive strategy very much, but I get you. I mean, it would make. I'll say this: like, if you rewind a couple years, and it's like I remember looking at James at one point, and I'm like, "Dude, we get to cover Vince Carter." like to me,
I loved it.
Like,
Fireside chats with Vince Carter, like spectacular.
It was so great, but then I was like, well, he's probably not going to play very much, right? And then they get to a point where I'm like, damn, he's working harder than most of these guys in training camp at this age. And I remember looking at people in the organization and coaches and going, if he's beating out the likes of X player, Y player, Z player, whatever, I was like, that's not a good sign at his advanced age. And then here he was, like I remember getting into arguments with other media members about like the earn it factor, right? Like I took some heat, and it wasn't me. Like I always want to say, like I'm on the record as saying I would start Keegan Murray day one. But there is a sense of earn it in the league, right? And so what if he doesn't have a great training camp? What if for whatever reason, we're not expecting this, but what if the wrist is a little bit of an issue? Probably won't be, could be, don't know, might be, whatever. But anything can happen, right? And you remember De'Aaron Fox didn't start right away. There's a sense of earn it. And I remember
Marvin, Tyrese Halliburton.
They're like, I remember hearing people going, why are they playing Vince Carter? I said, because he's playing harder than all these guys. Like right now, he's a better, like, impactful player than all these guys. Like, yeah, but he doesn't matter. It's like, yeah, but you have to establish a culture of like a winning culture and reward the people who are better. And yeah, you want to bring your guys along. It's not going to take away minutes from them, but I don't know. I think a lot of people do have an earn it factor, and I had heard that that could be very much on the table. It's not to say that they don't love Keegan Murray. I mean, they do. They absolutely drafted the guy. They love this kid, but there's always the what if, and sometimes fans don't quite either understand that, or if I just if I'm saying something and again I'm literally saying it's stuff I'm hearing or being told, it's like, oh, Sean, F you, it's like, no, that's not my opinion. I told you.
I'm like that. Jesus.
Oh man, they go.
It gets wild.
I do. I love
the comment section.
Bring it. No, I like it. Because again, even though I kind of spouted off in the last one as a character, I really do, because anything, like, I don't have it in me, but like anybody who takes the time to interact, be it on a web board, social media, my mentions, it doesn't matter. Call into radio shows. Like, I don't have that fire in me to do that about anything, but to see someone want to engage in that way is awesome, whether you agree with them or not. I love it.
Well, look, Sean, I understand what you're saying. In this particular case, the only earned it that I care about is from the weekend. That's the only one that I acknowledge. That's the only earned one I'm acknowledging right here. Start Keegan Murray, get him going. If he's the best guy at the position, go ahead and get him in there from day one. He ain't got to earn nothing else. You just ball out. That's all you got to do.
Hey, that's what I would do.
I think we're on the same page. Yeah. I think we're on the same page. Sean, after this, I mean, the roster's at 20. We talk about this all the time. Do you think they're done?
Well, no. I mean, I think they're going to try to remain active and try to move. I think they have. We talked about in the last podcast on the Kings Beat. Like, they have a lot of movable pieces. They have guys that, I mean, I think Brendan had brought up, like, someone was pissed that they hadn't just cut Alex Len or something like that, and we were trying to draw a picture about the salary, and when you have an expiring contract and you look at somebody like Trey Lyles, which was a no-brainer to pick up a $2 million option. I know it's all play money in the grand scheme of things. These are just out. Someone hears $2 million and they go, oh my God, but you think about in NBA terms, it's rather low on the totem pole. So when you group all these things together, as James had, he knows the salary cap better than most people, and was talking about how, you can combine those two players, and especially with trade exceptions, and that's a pretty valuable chunk to a team that would like to get off of some contracts. So I think there's moves that can be made. Whether or not it happens, I feel like we're just at this holding pattern, and it's eerily familiar to what we just dealt with last season with Ben Simmons. So the reality is, because it's so hard to move players, I was talking about Phoenix, for example, right? Well, you can't really move Kevin Durant to Phoenix, or Kevin Durant to Phoenix, because then Devin Booker and Ben Simmons are together, so you have to move Ben Simmons too. So there's so many like restrictions that are in place. You can't just, and then you look at what Rudy Gobert just got with Minnesota. Brooklyn's going to want, especially with a player like Durant, who's arguably the top 3 player in the league, under team control for 4 years. Like, you're going to want everything, like the biggest deal known to man possible. Like, Rudy Gobert gets that many picks from Minnesota. Well, it should be double that for someone like Kevin Durant, and you understand it. But the reality of them getting something like that is really, really, really tough. So I would think that if you're going to get a move done, it's going to involve several teams. I just don't know that you can do it. And if I'm Brooklyn, I'm probably inclined not to do it.
Yeah. Well, John, last time you were on this show, you were in like the most dangerous part of Elk Grove we had ever imagined in our life. It was scary, to be honest with you. So I'm glad you're in much safer confines this time around. And come on, man. Sean Cunningham, I think this is the second, maybe third time. That's unnecessary. That's unnecessary, especially since I forgot to mention this, the 2-year anniversary of D'Lo and KC is today. So two times in 2 years for Sean Cunningham, that's unacceptable. We need to do this way, way more often.
Yeah, because usually I'm coming on and having to defend Rihanna, so this is like,
you ain't got to defend Rihanna here when I'm here. I know that much. You don't have to defend her here. This is a pro Rihanna show here today. That's just what it is.
I think we brought everybody together and found a happy place, didn't we? Like, I think Damian was finally, whatever thing there. I think we got to the iconic.
We just jumped him until he agreed with us. That's just what it was.
Yeah.
All right.
Some of us had some bruises on us. Yes.
That's all it is. Sean Cunningham, Fox 40, and the Kings Beat. Appreciate you hopping on, man, and I appreciate everybody tapping in, man. We're gonna be back tomorrow. Well, I'll be back tomorrow. James is off tomorrow. I'll be back. It's going to be KC and friends. I'm telling you that right now. KC's and friends. Guest on guest on guest on guest. We're going to have a good time. But, we're going to get through it, man, and it's going to be all good. I appreciate you guys. Download the podcast. We'll see you guys tomorrow on D'Lo and KC. I'm up out of here. Peace. That's a wrap. Thank you.
Sweet. Sean and I got to go get on a podcast. I got to go for another hour and a half. So another hour on the stool, not an hour and a half.
Let's do it.
Yeah.
I was
Sweet.
About to say, I don't want to take too much material from the Kings Beat podcast. Man, so.
Yeah. Well, that and I'll just
Licorice Pizza and
Licorice Pizza.
Oh, I did get through Licorice Pizza. I did get through it. It's odd.
It's
Yeah.
got some controversy, so if you can get beyond kind of a huge thing, but
A huge thing.
it's
Just a
huge
little bit of
thing.
a thing.
But again,
Yeah.
in the time, it's the 70s. It's a little bit different. Yeah,
I
I highly
guess.
recommend it. I love that movie.
Yeah. And for those of you in the chatty house, you'll hear it on the King's Beat podcast, but I have to go in and have my leg cut on tomorrow. So
Oh, Jesus.
yeah, so I like to be honest with the people. So that's why I got an appointment out of nowhere that got changed. So got to go get my leg cut. Cut me, doc.
Good luck.
Yeah.
There's no
All
such
right.
thing as a minor operation, right? Didn't we establish that?
A procedure.
Procedure.
A minor procedure.
Like Zach Wilson, they're like, oh no, they dodged the bullet. He's fine. He just tore his meniscus. They're going to work on it, on Monday, and everything will be good. What? He tore his meniscus. It's not okay.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Yo, hold
So-
up your shirt there, Kenny. I want to get a good look at that.
man.
Oh, beautiful.
Shout out
Yeah,
to
I
the-
like it. Rick
Shout out
James.
to the dope ones, man. Donnie dope ones, man. No, this is sexual chocolate right here.
Oh, yeah. Coming to America. My bad. I thought it was
Yep.
the Chappelle Show, Rick James thing going on over there, but yeah, I see it better now.
Yeah.
What's he say? He's like, God damn, that boy's good.
That boy good. That boy
Sexual chocolate, everybody. Sexual chocolate.
sexual chocolate.
I love that movie.
That's such a great movie.
No,
We had
Sean, go, man. They got a lot more talking to do. So
all right, yeah.
y'all be good.
See you,
I
man.
appreciate you. Well, Sean, you can stay if you want to, but we're talking to people. Goodbye. Y'all be good.
Oh yeah. Goodbye, people.
Enjoy the rest of your day, your night. WNBA playoffs start tonight, so enjoy that. See y'all tomorrow.
See ya.